Hey everybody, getting ready to do another pixel art stream here. Yeah, we're gonna be doing a new level. This will be like a vertical level, which would be kind of cool. So hang out while I spread that link around and set up the chat and all that stuff, and it'll just be a minute. I'll see you soon. Welcome in, Bug. Appreciate you showing up. Just getting ready here. I'll be there in just a second. That's awesome. I appreciate you dropping in for sure. And if you need to take off, that's totally fine. Yeah, but I should be starting here. There's like an ad that starts in like 1 minute and 30 seconds, and then it's like 2 minutes. So yeah, probably 4 minutes and 30 seconds or something like that. 3 minutes and 3 minutes and 30 seconds. But yeah, no worries. Take off if you need to. I appreciate you dropping in. All right. What are ads? Turbo solves the problem. Oh, there you go. Nice. Yeah, you know. But yeah, so I didn't post the link in Discord, so let me do that real quick, and then I'll be ready. Usually I already have like tweets and stuff for Blue Sky ready to go, and then usually I drop the link in some Discords, but I had to write the tweet real quick instead, so it'll just take a second though. But yeah, my week's been pretty crazy. But I'm back home. I was out of town in Illinois for the last week. Crazy week, sorry. Yeah, thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, it was pretty bad. My mom passed away, so what part of Illinois? So my mom lived in Naperville, and so that's where I was. Although I was spending time in Plainfield also, and I've got family out there, so. Oh no, Heckin' Way, I know exactly where you're at. Oh, cool, yeah. No, I was born in Naperville, or not born. I was born in Skokie. I grew up in Naperville. Yeah, and then I spent some time south of Joliet in this little town called Coal City. I lived in Decatur, Springfield for a while. I had family in Peoria, Bloomington, Belleville. I lived in Bloomington for a little bit. I've visited Springfield, and I've never been to Decatur, Peoria, or Belleville, but I've heard of them. Alright, I'm gonna copy this and paste it in a bunch of Discords here. But yeah, my mom had been battling cancer for a long time, actually. Be glad you didn't go to Decatur. Right on. Yeah, I don't know much about Decatur, to be honest. But yeah, Bloomington was pretty weird. I'm sorry it wasn't a fun trip. No, I appreciate that, thank you. Yeah, it wasn't fun, but at the same time, like, I kind of saw it coming, you know? Nothing can ever quite prepare you for that, you know? But, like, she'd been battling cancer since 2013, when she was first diagnosed with breast cancer. And then, like, about 4 years ago, it came back in her brain, so we've been kind of, you know, making the most of the time that we have. And I was actually living with her for a few years there to try to, you know, make up for lost time and that kind of stuff. Human Robot, hi, how are you? How are you doing? Welcome in. Cancer can really mess up lives. I sympathize with that. I thank you for that. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's really a weird situation, right? Because you want to, like, you know, keep your folks around forever, but nothing lasts forever, you know? And in a way, it's good that I was able to, like, see it coming, and it wasn't like, you know, I mean, it was still startling and it still sucks, but it wasn't like out of nowhere, you know? And I think that helped me. Honestly, I feel like I dealt a lot with, like, the emotions that go with that kind of stuff back when it was first diagnosed with the breast cancer, because that was like, you know, to me it was like, oh man, you know, mom's gonna die eventually, you know. And I obviously it took a long time for it to actually happen, but I was kind of preparing myself from then on, which I think is probably good. But yeah, it was difficult. Sorry to hear that. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, no, my mom just died on Friday, so that's what I'm just kind of chatting about for a second. But I don't plan on dwelling on it for the whole stream. Just kind of getting that out of the way here. Right now I'm just posting a link around in Discord. I'll be ready in just a second here. Alright, I think that does it. Let me switch the thing here. There we are. Alright, so what we've got here is the placeholder art for the next level that we'll be working on. You can see the last level we made is here, and the level prior is here, and we'll be kind of stealing tiles from these levels to stay in the same cave theme for this level. And you start down here, so it makes sense to steal the cave entrance thing here, and that'll be a good place to start. Where is that? This one? Alright, yep. And I think it goes right there, just like that. But we actually want this on a different layer, so let me do that real quick. I've been calling it dither because it gets dithered, and then I make a new layer underneath it. Call that BG for background, and then I'll make a new layer on top for art. Hey Bart, how's it going? If you did, we'd understand. Yeah, I appreciate that, and it's something that might come up because, you know, like as people join the chat, they'll be, you know, either wondering what I've been up to, or, you know, just kind of want to hear the news or whatever. But yeah, looks cool. You're using Unity for that? No, we're using GB Studio. We're making a Game Boy game here, so it's actually gonna run on Game Boy hardware. And we're thinking about or we're planning to talk to a publisher and have cartridges made, so that should be cool as long as that works out. Otherwise, we might, if the publisher says no, we're probably not going to do a cartridge because it's kind of expensive to do on your own. But the designer of this game, because I'm just making the art for it and some of the music and some of the audio and maybe a little bit of the design choices and stuff like that, but the main designer of the game, who came up with the idea and stuff, he's got a relationship with Broke Studio, who makes cartridges, so hopefully, fingers crossed, they'll be cool with making it. Although I saw that Broke Studio has like a separate entity that they're doing to make cartridges with, so I'm not sure if that'll make it easier or harder or what. But what am I trying to do here? Show connections. Oh, what did I just do? Show navigator. Show connections, none. That way there's not all these lines hanging out. But yeah, this is GB Studio. It's a free engine. It's really great software. There are some bugs with it and stuff like that, but for the most part, it's pretty great. And it's constantly getting worked on, so that's really awesome. And yeah, Bard, welcome in. Thank you so much for hanging out. If you haven't checked out Bard, did it not give him a shout out? Oh, for some reason, sometimes it screws up the shout outs. Let me give you a real shout out. I don't know why that extra explanation point got in there, but sometimes that happens. Not sure why. Most of the time it doesn't happen, so I'm not sure. If you get cartridges made, could 3D print them yourselves? Well, that would be a whole nother expense. To be honest, it'd probably be much cheaper to just to buy the shells. The shells are the cheapest part. Yeah, like I don't have a 3D printer. I want to get one, but honestly, I'm a little bit worried about ventilation. And I just got a new house, so I'm probably not going to put any holes in the wall or anything like that. I got a garage, but again, I need to ventilate it somehow. And then also there's like a HOA here that like they have something about noxious fumes in the HOA rules, so I'm not sure if that would cover. I could ask them, but even then I still need to worry about ventilation. I guess I could like do it in the attic or something like that. I don't know. Thanks for the shout. Yeah, absolutely. If you haven't checked out Bard, he's an awesome pixel artist and Game Boy developer. He's working on a game called Nunya. It's a platformer with a nun with a shotgun. It's super cute and kind of spooky at the same time, and very colorful and dark at the same time, which is really cool. And yeah, I got like what, 4th place. Yeah, Nunya, like Nunya. Nunya business. There you go. But yeah, you should check it out. He got like 4th place, I think, in a game jam. I think like last year or just over a year ago. I think it was 4th place, 5th or 4th place, something like that. But yeah, go check out Nunya because it's awesome, and check out Bard's stream. He's gonna be streaming more. It sounds like so. Yeah, 2023, right on. Yeah, it feels like yesterday, but that was a couple years ago now. Yeah, no problem, man. I appreciate you dropping in. You get a shout out every time you come in. Yeah, and wait, really, the shells are, as far as I know, the shells are the cheapest part, because getting the ROM chips are more expensive. I think the shells are only like a couple bucks a piece or something like that. I could be wrong, don't quote me, but you can search on Amazon. And it depends on what kind of shell you're looking for also. Generally speaking, you don't want it to say Game Boy on it if you're gonna sell it, because I guess that's like illegal somehow still. But worst case scenario, you could sand that off, because a lot of the cheaper ones say Game Boy on it, from what I understand. But there's also one that just say game on it, and then there's like the see-through ones, and like the because it's a Game Boy Color game, you don't really want to use like a gray cartridge, because that's for the DMG games. Anyone who collects it would be like, hey, what are you doing? The black ones are for the DX games, and the clear ones are for the color games, as far as I know. But that, yeah, I think they make different colored ones as well, like different translucent ones. Yeah, so it all depends on what you're looking at. I'm kind of surprised at that. I would have thought the current component prices, it wouldn't be too bad, but I also don't dev games, just edit videos and make memes. There you go. Make memes. That's interesting. Yeah, I do a little bit of video editing, but mostly just for game promotion stuff. But yeah, like I said, I haven't done a whole lot of shopping or anything like that. It would be cool to one day get into that, but as far as I know, like there's different prices on the different like the ROM chips, right? Because some of them, there's like 1 megabyte, 2 megabyte, and 4 megabyte. And then there's also ones with a battery in it, and the battery ones are the most expensive. The 4 megabyte ones are more expensive than the 1 megabyte, you know. So you can shop around a bit. I'm sure if you got them shipped from China, then it might be a better price, but the quality might be dubious. You never know. So it's like one of those things. And then there's also resellers who buy them in bulk for cheap and then sell them for a little bit more. And then again, you know, sometimes you get sellers that screw people over, or sellers that do a great job of refunding things and stuff like that. And obviously, if someone's a good seller, they're going to end up costing more, because it costs more to be a good seller. So I'm sure there's a whole lot of things to look at with that. If you were going to do like a small batch, there's a Pokemon in chat if anyone wants to try to catch that. If you're going to do a small batch, it might be totally cool to just like flash your own ROMs and just ship them yourself. But if you're going to do like an instruction booklet with like a box and like a sticker on it and like, you know, the whole 9 yards, it's probably easier to go through someone who does that already for like a whole bunch of other games, so they can just kind of throw it in the assembly line that's already in place. But yeah, it would be cool to do it myself eventually, like I said, just like super small batches, but I don't see myself doing that like anytime soon. I've just kind of got a lot on my plate right now. Hey, Cryptic's in. Welcome in, Cryptic. If you haven't checked out Cryptic, he's been streaming. He does some indie gaming, as well as I think you were playing like Marvel Rivals before, and does art streams as well. So yeah, and Cryptic's a mod, so he's a cool person. But yeah, so this is the prototype level, the placeholder art. Nice, everyone's making games. Is that what you do, Human Robot? Are you a game maker? Whoop whoop. Yeah, I love making games. That's kind of what I'm into. Some people kind of gravitate towards the game devs tend to gravitate here because it's like a lot of great game devs, but there's a lot of people who do just art or just play games also, just cool people mostly. Yeah, I do a bit of game dev in my free time, but I personally enjoy environment art more. Oh, cool. Yeah, so I did I worked on a game called Little Screamies that Cryptic was actually just playing on his last stream, but I did a lot of environment art in that. It was an interesting experience for me. I studied character modeling in college, and then I ended up not being able to find work right after school and just started doing solo development. So I was kind of doing everything, like from the art, the music, the programming, anything you could think of. I was getting into it, but then I was actually managing this. Yeah, Nuke Pop. You happen to know Sock Pop by chance? No, I mean I feel like I've heard of Sock Pop, but no, we're not related by any means. But yeah, I feel like there's a lot of pop, like blank pop games, right? Like, or PopCap, right? As a publisher. Oh, because they're a game dev collective that makes short games. Yeah, yes, Sock Pop. I know I'm following them on like Twitter. I just gotta like remember what they're working on. I'm gonna look it up real quick. Of course, you can't search nothing on Twitter these days. Yeah, so here's the Sock Pop itch page. Cool. Yeah, so I love these collectives. Another one, Punk Cake Delassue, is kind of similar, where they have like a small team that's like constantly churning out games, and then they have like a Patreon kind of thing as well. And then if they're good enough, they get put on Steam. So I imagine that's probably part of their deal here too. Yeah, I would love to like be part of something like that, but honestly, I'm so slow. Everything I do takes way longer than it's supposed to, and I'm just okay with that at this point. You know, because life stuff happens, and then you gotta make sure that you're not like overdoing it, because you'll just burn yourself out that way. I dealt with burnout before, and it's a struggle, to not burn out. Oh, because they are a game dev collective that makes short... Oh, I read that. Nice. Yeah. Oh, thanks for the recommendation for the raid. Cryptic, thank you for the gift sub for Pantheon 3D, because I didn't realize that you had gifted that to me last night until I was looking at Twitch right before I started the stream. I was like, oh shit, he gave me a gift sub. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate that, Cryptic. Yeah, his stream is pretty dope. The one thing that gets to me a little bit is that little chime that he has every time there's a message in chat. But I guess it's helpful for him to read the chat that way, so he knows when people are chatting. But you kind of like stop hearing it after a while because it happens so often. But yeah, he listens to some cool music. He's got a really interesting personality, and really cool stuff that he works on, like little steampunk stuff. He's always working on some steampunk, which is cool. One of the games I worked on is inspired by Burn Band. It's a game one of those members worked on. Oh, cool. Art takes time for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, he helped me out a lot. Good, good. Wait, is that what that was? Makes sense. Yeah, he was making like a steampunk character to ride on his steampunk bike that he was showing off. That's what he was working on last night. Got me 16 follows by shouting me out like 20 times. Yeah, he's pretty cool. Like I've never seen him do something like that before, but right after I saw that he was doing it for you, I saw that he was doing it for someone else as well. So I mean, that's really cool. Definitely helpful to get to 50 when you're trying, you know what I mean? And hopefully all those people that follow come and check out your stream also, because that's always important when you're just starting out, because you got to get that average 3 viewers to get the affiliate. I didn't realize that you weren't an affiliate until last night. I just kind of assumed that you were, because it's really not too hard to get affiliate. You just gotta get rated a few times and meet the minimum requirements, and then you're golden. I get the views from friends rating me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If you got friends that raid you, you'll be fine to get affiliate, and then you make art and stuff too, so you'll be cool. Oh, I never pasted that doorway. There it is. Like you kick scene indie. Yeah, for sure. When I first got affiliate, I kind of lucked out. Because I went about it the wrong way. I didn't know anyone on Twitch, and I didn't really watch any Twitch streams, maybe a handful, and I just like was going at it like every day for like a month. I was streaming like only like 4 hours or so, but every single day for like a whole month, and or maybe there was a couple days that I took off or something, but it was almost every single day that first month, and then I went on Facebook groups where there was like a bunch of Twitch streamers, and they had like these follow for follow things, like, so I just got like 50 people to follow me that I didn't even know. And then I just like struggled to get any views, but I was restreaming to YouTube and Periscope at the time, because this was like fucking 2018, and it's funny because the Periscope was getting more views than anything else, and I didn't quite understand that. And then like randomly one of my YouTube videos got like over 100 views, and I'm like, but I'm still just talking to myself. And so like a lot of my streams were just me talking to myself, which you know how that goes. It's not the most fun way to do it, but I don't know. It kind of teaches you, I feel like, because sometimes you have to do that and just like get good at talking, which I'm still not good at. But yeah, eventually I started getting raids, and random people, random game devs, I'd start hanging out in their stream when they were hanging out in my stream, and yeah, it's a little bit difficult with game devs because you can't really do like co-op streams, and also that stuff was harder to do back then. They've made it a lot easier to do that kind of stuff now, but yeah, eventually I got it. You know what I did was I got like a really big raid, and I had already fulfilled all the other requirements, so I just kept those people on as long as I could, like the lurkers and stuff, and then I didn't stream for the rest of the week after that because I didn't want to ruin my stats. And that worked. And then after that, I was just like, oh, I'm an affiliate. But honestly, I read the affiliate thing, and I was like, well, this means I can't restream anymore, because they changed the rules since then. You can now, but at the time it was like, if you were an affiliate, they didn't want you restreaming. And like, I still wasn't getting any views. I definitely wasn't going to get any subs, and no one was giving me any bits or anything like that. So it just felt like, oh, well, now I have to play ads, and that kind of upset me. So I was like, you know what, screw this affiliate shit, and I canceled my affiliate, and I just went on like that for like, I don't know, well, until like just recently, really. And it was kind of Kixie that got me back into it, because I wanted to get back into streaming, but I had been like kind of so out of it, and like I never really started hitting up a lot of streams and stuff. I think meeting people is great help. Absolutely. And yeah, Kixie kind of helped me to start meeting more people, because you know she was modding Indy's stream, and like I knew of Indy, and you know, like I'd seen him on Twitter and stuff like that, but you know, I wasn't like closely connected or anything like that, and but I had been friends with Kixie for years at that point, so like when she started her stream, I was really excited to watch and you know, become friends with her friends kind of thing, and started hanging out more in Indy's stream. And then I was like, well, you know, I'm gonna start streaming more, because I already had plans on leaving my mom's place, you know, because I knew I wasn't gonna stay in her basement forever, you know, and I was eager to leave, but yeah, so I started you know, doing searches for people and stuff like that, and hanging out in streams, and you know, just being like a normal person. Because like prior to that, I really wasn't. I was like, I would do a lot of lurking and not say a word, or I would just be like taking notes and like, oh, did I move that? That's not supposed to be moved. I just like take notes and like try to learn from people's streams rather than like interact with them, and I don't think that's a good way to do it. But I get like social anxiety, so like I get kind of nervous about shit like that, like meeting people and stuff like that, and it took a while for me to like be okay with the people that I was meeting, because you know, I mean, everyone's kind of weird, but like Twitch has some real characters, you know, and some of them are just straight up trolls, you know, and some people are just cool, but you know, I don't know. It takes some getting used to, I think, from like normal like work conversations and stuff. I'm gonna sip on my tea for a bit here. It looks like we've got an ad coming up here in a bit. Having people who you know, or who know you, will raid it to support is cool. Yeah, who know you and will raid. Yeah, sorry, that was hard to read. Yeah, getting raids is essential, I feel like. And you kind of have to be cool to like with people, not like you have to be cool, but like you have to be like cool to people. You have to be like a kind person. I feel like kindness goes a long way on Twitch. But yeah, we're gonna start an ad here in just a second here. So we'll take a small ad break, and I'll get back to work as soon as that's over. Probably gonna sip on my tea for a bit here. Yeah. But underscore alt, thanks for hanging out. I didn't say hi. How you doing? Hope you're doing well. Alright, so we got that ad going here. I'm just gonna take a little break for that, and there is a Pokemon, but yeah, we'll be right back.
Inconceivable! Inconceivable!
Alright, we're back from the ad break. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. I appreciate that. The ads are important so that way no one gets barraged when they first come in. Hey, Infinite Metal, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. I nearly caught your stream earlier, but by the time that I was ready to hang out, you were already off, and I regret that because I wanted to say hi. But here you are, so I get to say hi anyways. How was the game you were playing? The Suikoden HD remaster. I'm not familiar with that at all, but it sounds interesting. But today we're just we're making a new level. This level's a vertical level. We're gonna use the same cave theme. It was Infinite's wife streaming. Ah, okay, okay. I don't think I've met Infinite's wife. It was good to see that was actually my wife streaming it though. I was hanging around when I could. Yep. Cool. One of these days I'll have to catch her stream. Cause I've been seeing you on, well, your name on during the day. So I imagine that's probably her like time slot. Cause I know you mostly do evenings. So yeah, I'll have to drop in during the day. One of these days. Yeah, that's her in the earlier time. Okay, cool. Well, I hope she's having fun with that. Yeah, it's one of her favorite series. Cool. Yeah, I really don't know much about it. I kind of want to look it up because I don't know anything about it. It looks vaguely familiar, but like the name looks familiar, but that doesn't say much. Oh wow, so it's like a JRPG. So this is the HD remaster then, huh? Interesting. So like turn-based combat. I like the visuals. Like the camera kind of tilts and stuff like that, even in the turn-based combat. Here's the trailer. Is this a different trailer? Ah, this is what I was talking about. Oh, the camera does that weird angling thing here. That looks really cool. Cause it's like 2D sprites, but they're like billboarded, right? So when the camera moves in a 3D space, everything like moves with the camera. Oh, that looks interesting too. The little people and stuff. That almost reminds me of Virtua Fighter. But yeah, I'm glad you had fun with that. It's one of your favorite series. It was fun to watch. Well, the gist is PS1 JRPG with over 100 characters. Wow, 100 characters, that's a lot. Yeah, also one that was still using more sprite-based graphics at the time, which was nice. Lots of minigames too, which I like in RPGs. Yeah, minigames are nice because they help to break up some of the grind and the monotony that can occur in some of those turn-based games. I agree. And also I think it's cool that some games for PS1 definitely use sprites. I mean, the 3D stuff was cool too, but yeah. Another good example is Final Fantasy Tactics did a good job of using sprites and 3D together. But yeah, some of the 3D, like Squaresoft has some really great PlayStation games, and I don't know if that was a Squaresoft game. I already closed the link, but it had that same kind of vibe, so it wouldn't surprise me if that was a Squaresoft game. But yeah, Vagrant Story was like really interesting art style. I remember thinking that was really cool. You know, honestly, I played so much Final Fantasy 7 and Final Fantasy 8 that by the time like I had like or by the time PS2 came out, I would like still hadn't finished Final Fantasy 8, you know, like I think my brother got really into Final Fantasy 9 and 10. But then he got into 11 and just he still plays 11, which is crazy to me, but you know, I tried playing 11, I couldn't get into it. I think Cosmo the Shadow Cat was playing 11. He's a streamer that hangs out in here. Love Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9. Yeah, I never played 9, but I watched my brother play it. I feel like 9 had the Blitzball mini game, right? And I remember him playing that like almost more than the actual game. And then 8 had that really cool card game, which there's actually a Windows version. Oh, it was 10 that had Blitzball? Okay. So 9 was the one with the tail then? I think. I can't remember. I didn't play either of them. I just watched my brother play it. And I didn't even watch him play a lot. I only watched him play a little bit. But yeah, 8 had that really cool card game. I played that more than the actual game. It's funny. A lot of fans of Final Fantasy X hate, or Final Fantasy X, hate the Blitzball, but that was just about the only thing I liked. Yeah, Final Fantasy IX had the main character with the tail. Right on. And I think which one used like the Black Mage from Final Fantasy 1 as like a main thing? Tail. There you go. Final Fantasy 9 as well. Okay, yeah. It was like a cute version of the Black Mage, right? Which I thought was cooler than the guy with the tail. I don't know. The guy with the tail kind of freaked me out a little bit. But I was playing a lot of Gauntlet Legends for and then N64 around that time. I had like, you know, drinking buddies and a girlfriend, and we would just fucking go at it. We would play for hours, beer in hand. Green Wizard is about to die. And when we weren't doing that, we were honestly playing a lot of Sega Genesis because my mom had gotten the Sega from one of her friends. Hey, Easy Perp, welcome in. Good to see you. Doing art stream last. Cool. Yeah, everyone should check out Easy Perp's stream. If you guys don't know Easy Perp, he's been hanging out in my stream longer than I can frickin' remember. Like 2019, I think he started hanging out, maybe earlier. And yeah, we go way back. So check out Easy Perp. He does some gaming and stuff too. I remember Easy Perp was playing a lot of Ark back in the day, but it's good to see him doing art, not Ark, but art. And he does this Unity development too, right? I think that's Unity, right? You had that like 2D kind of like, was it like a Metroidvania-ish hack and slash type game, or it was interesting, very interesting, really great animations. But welcome in, it's always good to see you. Gauntlet Legends, where true friends are made. Yeah, absolutely. I'm glad you're with me on that. Yeah, Vivi was a great character. Vivi was the black mage that was the cute black mage. Thanks, broski, you're a legend. Nah, you are. We need some spikes. But yeah, I'm just making this level. It's a cave theme level, so we're just using this this placeholder art that the game's designer made, and we're just kind of going over it with the cave theme stuff that we already made. So it's kind of an easy stream. which is good. Nice relaxing stream for me, because I'm getting back into the swing of things. I took a bit of a week and a half off, and I'm ready to get rolling here. I really want to see this game get done. Yeah, there is a blogger who was reaching out to me on Twitch. I think he's French, and he's interested in interviewing me on some of my games as well as this game. So I told him to interview the designer as well. So I think he's going to do that. So that should be cool. I'm excited for that. It's always cool when like some other small independent publication reaches out like that. You know, I'm actually kind of surprised how many like small publications I've been published in. I feel like on my Discord there's like a bunch of links that date really far back, but also I feel like there's things that I missed and forgot to post down there. So we're gonna need lily pads. I don't think these levels have lily pads though. Oh, there's the lily pad. That's what these are, they're lily pads. Yeah, when Johnny, the designer, started making these prototype levels, we didn't really know what kind of game it was going to be theme-wise. And we kind of just talked it out between us, and I was like, people like animals. He's like, yeah, people do like animals. I was like, we should do frogs. He's like, yeah, frogs is cool. And then we came up with Pyrotoad. And we're like, yeah, we'll do a toad, and it'll shoot fire, because we already kind of knew that was gonna shoot fire. I think the original title that he had in mind was called Firebrand, and it was gonna be like a knight kind of person that shot a sword and like went through like a haunted castle kind of thing, which, you know, wasn't a terrible idea or anything like that, but I kind of like this idea more, I think. So it's actually really interesting seeing the early prototype, because the very first version of this game was actually for NES, because the designer is a NES Maker dev, and he made this game called Palooza Saga for NES, and it's a really dope game. I can actually pull that up on itch. And that's actually how I met Johnny, was by playing his game on stream. Yeah, it's a Zelda-like, but it's a roguelike. And the ROM is only $10 on itch, but if you go to Broke Studio, you can get the actual cartridge, and there's a Famicom cartridge as well. But yeah, over 200 quests. I think there's 255 quests. And it's all randomized and stuff, and it's actually really challenging, but I've gotten pretty good at it. Oh, thanks for the sub, I very much appreciate that. Yeah, I was at the DMV to get my driver's license. I moved to the state and needed to get a driver's license, right? And you know, I had to wait for like 3 hours, even though I got there at like 7 in the morning. And I beat this whole game, well, one of the quests on hard mode, which is like really hard to do. And I didn't use save states. That was the first time I beat it without using save states. But I had already gotten a lot of practice from the times that I beat it using save states, so it does go on sale on occasion, so if you wanted to follow it and wait for it to go on sale, that's a viable option as well. But yeah, I definitely recommend it. It's a really fun game.
quests? Hey Kanji, did you know this game has 2 quests? Pretty
This is the trailer.
huh?
Oh, there's a wild muck in chat.
Why don't we play Calusa Saga?
Oh, I totally wasn't paying attention. I like read it and didn't. Yeah. My brain's not quite there yet. But yeah, I had a lot of fun playing this, and I was playing it on stream, and Johnny dropped in, and I gave him some feedback, and he realized that I was an artist and that I made Game Boy games, and one thing led to another, and now we're working together, and it's been really cool. It's not. I mean, I've worked in quite a few teams now, and it's not often that like gelling like this occurs. I mean, it does happen, don't get me wrong, people gel. Legend of Dragoon, man, I remember hearing about that. I'm not sure if I actually owned it or played it. I'm gonna look it up. No, I don't think I owned it. But yeah, that looks interesting. I was also semi-interested in checking out the Saga games for PlayStation, because I played the Game Boy Saga games, and those were dope. Of course, they were like labeled as Final Fantasy games at the time, so I just assumed that they were Final Fantasy games, but they were like the first 3 Saga games. And then when Saga came out, I had no idea what the heck Saga was, because like, you know, I didn't realize that that was even connected to the games that I already played. Yeah, I kind of got out of RPGs around PlayStation 2, and like I mentioned earlier, I was like kind of stuck on well, not stuck, I just never finished Final Fantasy 8, and I kind of started running out of time, and I was playing a lot of N64. I'm like a diehard N64 fan. I really want to start developing for N64, to be honest. One of my networks is doing that, and I'm super jealous that they're able to do that. Actually, there's a podcast episode that I just recorded. I haven't edited it yet, haven't put it online yet, and he's on the episode, and he talks a bit about his experience in it, and it's really inspiring. I definitely want to give it another look. I mean, I'll have to learn C programming, which I've never done before. But I've read a lot of C, and I've like looked at C, and I could probably figure out some of it, maybe a little bit of it. I don't know. It's going to be a challenge. But another part of me really wants to learn assembly language, right? I really want to start making NES games. I did not get far in my attempt. I made a Hello World ROM, but I was just copying what someone else had done, their like tutorial. And it was super helpful and super useful, but afterwards I felt like I hadn't really done anything but just copied what someone else had done, and I don't know. It didn't really help build confidence, you know? But it's a starting point. You gotta start somewhere, you know? But yeah, assembly language is weird, right? There's all these like different, basically like memory slots is how I think of it. and you have to like know like how the Nintendo architecture uses it, right? And then there's also mappers with NES, and that shit blows my mind. I'll probably just use like a really basic NROM and just do something super basic just to try to figure it out. But I you know, honestly, I feel like C might be more beneficial for me to learn because you can use C to program Game Boy games as well. I mean, I love GB Studio. GB Studio is like so much fun, but at the same time, like, there's limitations, you know, like all this red stuff is the colliders. There's no way to move that at runtime. But if you were to program it in C, you could do that potentially. And I'm sure you could probably reprogram the engine because it's open source, and you can eject the engine and, you know, change the engine code. But that's way beyond me at this point, so I don't know. I kind of need like starting points, I feel like. But yeah, if I sound tired, it's because I kind of am. Like I said earlier, I was in Naperville and drove. First, I drove overnight to get there, and then I drove overnight to get back like a week later, and I kind of like woke up early today, even though I like stayed up kind of late last night. I was up to like 4, I want to say, last night. Yeah, let's do that. And yeah, so I was up to like 4, and then I'm gonna need to make a new tile, I think. So I was up to like 4, and then I woke up at like 10:30 or so. So I got like 6 hours of sleep, which isn't terrible, but like I was already really low on sleep from the day before. I think I only got like 6 hours the day before, so I'm kind of starved for sleep at the moment. And I know that's not like a good thing, but I kind of want to get my sleep schedule back to normal. And the fact that I'm tired right now is an indication that my sleep schedule is getting back to normal. So I'm a little excited for that, I think. It's really easy for me to get like off on sleep and then just like stay off, right? Like to the point where I'll wake up at like 4 in the afternoon, and then I'll go to bed at like 6 a.m. or whatever, and then it'll just like keep slipping, you know, and until eventually it's like back to normal for like a day, and then like it starts going off again. But I don't know. Before all that stuff happened with my mom, I kind of fixed it, and so I kind of want to fix it again. It felt good to like wake up at like a normal hour and like be active during normal time. And yeah, I'm gonna sip on my tea here. I mean, I like streaming in the middle of the night too. There's some cool folks on, you know, New Zealanders, Australians, and it's cool to get to hang out with them also. But like, I don't know, it's a little lonely. There's just less people on, I feel like. But it's nice to see people, you know, I know from other channels and stuff like that, so. As okay as I am with chatting into the void, like, it's definitely more fun when there's people on the stream. Uh-oh, these are a pixel off. That ain't right. But yeah, I got some new games during the spring sale. I finally picked up Red Dead Revolver 2, which is interesting. I was reluctant to get it at all because of like the whole you know, crunching and AAA and all that stuff, but for 15 bucks it was hard to say no to. As a developer, it's one of those things that I kind of want to like not necessarily reference, but like just be aware of. And it's fun. I haven't been going crazy with it or anything like that, just playing a little bit here and there. I also got Sea of Thieves, which I've only played the tutorial. I haven't played online yet. I'm a little bit scared. It's one of those games that like you kind of need friends for. So we'll see how that works. I also got Deep Rock Galactic, which is another co-op game that I may or may not have friends for, but you know, it could be fun to try. Oh, that's not the one I want. I want this one. Maybe this. Oh, that just looks weird. We'll go with this one. That looks weird too. Alright, we'll make a new tile. We're not like crazy low on tiles or anything. Deep Rock Galactic is amazing. That's what I hear. I hear that. So I'm interested to try to play it. I have not picked it up yet. I mean, I bought it, but I just haven't played it yet. Haven't had a ton of time, and you know, I was eager to get back into this. It always feels weird to me, like to play games on stream when I could be doing development work or making games. Oh, there's an ad break here, so we're gonna take a little break for the ads. There's a wild pig in chat. I'm not sure why, but there is. Yeah, so we'll take a little break here for anyone who has ads, so they're not missing out on any awesome content here that I might accidentally create. So yeah, we'll be right back. We're back from that tiny ad break, and yeah, I realized I never made a background layer. Well, I made the layer, I just never filled it in, so now we don't have to look at all those interesting squares. I chose an interesting color for this. It's because like if you just download the software, it's like dark gray and light gray squares, but I added just a little bit of magenta, so that way you can see if you're working with gray. because when I was doing retro Spaceball art, I was constantly using grays, and it just sucks to draw in gray on a gray background, and magenta is less likely to be, you know, used all over the place. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love magenta as a color and I use it, but yeah, for this, because it's 8x8 tiles, don't really need those squares in the back. Oh, we need that art layer. There we go. But yeah, I had a pretty good day today. Woke up kind of early, like I said. Got my exercise in. Went to the grocery store. Got all that good stuff. Food stuffs, and I made some food to eat. That was tasty. Watched some Adventure Time. I've been watching a lot of Adventure Time lately. It's a good it's good for me. I don't know how else to describe it. It fits what's going on, you know, like it's one of those oh, this looks weird, doesn't it? Let's fix that. It's one of those like shows that can like make you feel better, and I appreciate that. I like that. So cool. So we've got the outline. We just need some of these inside squares, and then we can start working on the background. But yeah, it's already 9:30, which is surprising to me, but I guess I didn't start until like 7:30 or 8. Well, yeah, I've only been going for an hour, so it must have been 8:30. You know how it goes. You plan on starting, and then like you end up, oh, I'm hungry. It takes time to cook food, and then it's like I'm gonna watch something while I eat, and then, you know, before you know, it's like, am I gonna stream or am I gonna go to sleep? And I was like, I better stream. So I made some tea, and that's the only thing that's keeping me awake right now, I think. But it's okay. My sleep schedule is gonna be fixed. It's gonna be worth it. But yeah, I caught an episode of Common Side Effects today, like the 9th episode. So I'm caught up, but there's still one more episode of the season left, from what I understand. And that doesn't come out till Sunday, so. But that show has been pretty cool. I like that show. Yeah, it's a little bit like, I don't know if mature is the best word, but it's definitely not like entirely happy. I mean, there's happy elements to it, but it's definitely like dramatic, I guess is what I'm trying to say. It's actually a lot like Scavenger's Reign, but at the same time it's like it's definitely got Mike Judge vibes in it, because he's one of the executive producers, but he didn't start on the show until after it was already like started. Like they had some like demos or something. Like nothing was finished yet, but they had some stuff to like go off of. But yeah, you can definitely tell that Mike Judge was able to like not so much put a spin on it, but like, I don't know, add some of his flair to it, I guess. At least in like in the voices and the casting and stuff like that. Because I'm pretty sure he does Hank Hill's voice, and one of the characters sounds a lot like Hank Hill. Also, the main character kind of sounds a lot like Milton. I don't know if that was planned or not, but yeah, Milton was actually Mike Judge's like first claim to fame. Well, I guess it didn't really make him famous. Excuse me. I need to sip on some water here. Excuse me. Yeah, it didn't make him like famous or anything like that, but I think it got some recognition, at least at his art school, from what I understand. And I actually have a copy of that on DVD. One of my exes got me this really cool birthday gift. It's called The Animation Show. And is there a better? Yeah, here we go. Yeah, The Animation Show. Oh, this is what I want. It was like 2 DVDs, and it wasn't just Mike Judge, but it had a lot of Mike Judge, and it also had a lot of Don Hertzfeldt. Well, let me rephrase it. It didn't have a lot of Mike Judge. It had some early Mike Judge stuff, which was super cool to see. Because at this point, you know, King of the Hill had already been out for a long time. Beavis and Butthead was already like, I think they were already starting to do the reboot, or thinking about it at that point. And yeah, so it was cool to have him be part of it and not just like take the spotlight from everyone else, because a lot of it was like unknown animators and stuff, which at the time I was going to school for animation, so it was really cool for me to see like animators that no one knew about, kind of thing. I think I can take this and change it so it doesn't have that line at the top. Hey. I wonder if that will help. And this. Yeah, I think that works. But yeah, I really actually want to rewatch that DVD, and I have it with me. I also have a computer that has a DVD player on it still. Yeah, I was going to take my mom's VHS and all of her movies as well, but I didn't manage to fit them in this last trip. But I have my mom's minivan right now and left my car up there, so I'll have to go back, because I came down with a couch and like a bookshelf and like a bunch of other stuff. A lava lamp. And one of my friends said that like all the stuff that I brought was things that you could buy on The Sims. I was like, yep, that tracks. Trying to be a person here after all, so. But yeah, she's got some old VHS like Disney and a bunch of Ninja Turtle VHSs, like all 3 of the films, and then also like some of the cartoon like VHS. I think Burger King was selling them for a bit, and so we got like 3 or 4 of them, and then there's the Vanilla Ice Ninja Rap VHS. I swear to God. So I think that would be interesting to watch. I think I have a TV that still has composite video, so like it wouldn't even be that hard to hook up. I might need to get some cables or something, but I think there's cables on the VHS, so I could probably just take those, and then we can get rid of that. Let's rename it. And then I also got my mom's Nintendo Wii. Actually, my brother had bought it for her, but he said he already has 3 Wiis, so he didn't need a 4th. So he offered it to me. I was like, yeah, I'll take the Wii. It's like a retro console now. Feels weird saying that, but yeah, the Wii is retro. Not a whole lot of games for it, but you know, maybe I'll find something online or something that or you know what I want to do is I want to like jailbreak it or whatever to put the retro homebrew channel on it or something like that. I don't know, I saw something online about it. I tried to do it, but I couldn't figure it out, so maybe I'll give that another whirl. Oh, and I forgot the Wii Fit. Might grab that also, unless my brother wants that. He might get more use out of it since he's got a family and stuff. So the foreground is actually looking pretty good here. I don't think there's anything that I missed. There's a Mareep in chat, if anyone wants to try to catch that. So I guess the next step is to start taking some of these stalactites and stalagmites. I could take some fire and like make some fire. Actually, I was thinking about doing that on these levels too, because they don't have any fire. Go to a level with fire. I don't know which one has fire. Maybe this one? Oh, it's got green fire. We want regular fire. I think maybe this level has fire. No. Is this right? Is there another version of that? Ah, there is. I was gonna say, I remember putting sand pits there and fire, and there's the fire, yeah. So we'll take the fire, and I'm gonna make a new layer, and we'll just call it fire, so I'm not confused. And I'm not sure, I think that might look better. Actually, this could be lava. Oh, I was on the wrong layer. Foreground? Yeah. So yeah, I've been kind of doing this where I like think about things after I'm like, oh yeah, you know what? Let's do something different there. Now we've got some animated, because these tiles are going to be animated, so it adds a little bit of variety, which I think is important. I know those ones look kind of cool like that. Like these ones look okay like that, but like when there's like a big line of them like that, it might look cooler to be like that. But also it might be cool to break up some of these with some fire also. Can't really do lava there because it'd like be spilling over. And I don't want to animate ends because that's just more work. But it might be cool to make some of these like fire, just so there's like some variety. Just give me a second to hydrate here. Yeah, I think this pattern of like 2 fire, 4 spikes, I think that works. I don't know, it'll look different when it's animated, but I think it'll be okay. Like enough variety and enough repetition to make an interesting pattern. I feel like if I started to do anything too different, it might either look haphazard or too intricate, like it holds some type of significance or meaning, which it doesn't, so I don't know. And look at that, it adds, it fits the pattern. So that's cool. I think that level looks better. We'll save it. We can do the same kind of thing here. Add some fire in these spots. It'll take a little bit of programming, quote, programming in GB Studio to make it animate, but that'd be fine. And then these ones I think we can leave spikes because they look better, like they're cohesive like that. Yeah, so that works. We'll save that. And then we'll add fire to this level. And I think that's all it needs. Alright, now we can add stalactites, stalagmites. That actually works quite well. It gets hidden, but you can't really tell that it's getting hidden, which is exactly what I wanted. Yeah, so if you're unfamiliar with GB Studio, there's a tile limitation to the backgrounds. So what I'm doing is reusing the tiles so that way it doesn't eat into that limitation. We could probably get away with putting these on top of this, huh? I think that'll work. But yeah, the way I like to work in GB Studio is to use like a lot of repeating tiles in ways that don't look repeating, and then if it needs more variation later, to go back and add that, so that way you don't go over on tiles, because it's a lot easier to go over on tiles than you might think, and then once you've gone over, it's actually really hard to make like it work without going over. So it's just less of a challenge to reuse tiles as much as possible. And then if you say like, oh well, that just looks repetitive, then it's a lot easier to go in and change the repetition so it's not quite as repetitive, but still doesn't go over the tile limit. Jane the Silent, welcome. Thanks for the follow, appreciate that. We're just making a level here for Pyrotoad, for sure. I appreciate it very much. Yeah, we're making a level for Pyrotoad. It's a precision puzzle platformer for Game Boy Color. We're using GB Studio to make it. So this is the engine. Here's the first level and second level, so on, so forth. There's a variety of themes, like the first 4 levels are like a castle kind of theme, and then the next ones are like factory kind of themed, and then we do like an Egyptian temple type thing, and then like a foundry, so similar to the factory but more like steelworker type stuff, and then we do a haunted forest, and then the cave. So now we're working on this level here, this vertical level, and I'm just kind of adding in the cave elements. But yeah, Not sure when the game will be done, but I kind of can't wait, to be honest, because there's a lot of excitement building around it, at least for me and in my circles. Cool, I've been seeing some of your posts pop up on Blue Sky. Well, I appreciate you checking it out. Blue Sky's been fun. I like Blue Sky. It's you know, I was really into Twitter, and then Twitter just kind of fell apart, and I'm very grateful that Blue Sky is there to like pick up the pieces a bit. There's still a little bit of a learning curve, and you know, some differences, obviously, some better, some worse, mostly better because Twitter's just gone down the fucking toilet these days. It was kind of slowly but surely happening. Ditto rip Twitter, yeah, for real. Like I liked Twitter a lot, like a few years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. I was having a blast on it, and then dude came in and ruined it all, and that kind of sucks. But thankfully we've got Blue Sky. And yeah, you know, I try to post somewhat frequently. It's mostly I've just been posting for the stream because this is what I've been doing, honestly. Gives me an opportunity to share some art and you know, hopefully get some people in, so I appreciate that quite a bit. Sorry if I sound tired, I actually am kind of tired, so that would be why. Alright, that's not gonna work. Let's just delete that. What if I just take half of it? How will that look? That actually doesn't look too bad, and then we can like do another one there. But yeah, Jane the Silent, are you a developer or an artist or anything like that? If not, that's totally cool also. But I thought I'd ask, just because quite a few people are. Oh yeah, that's awesome. What kind of stuff do you do? Oh, and there's a Pokemon in chat. Anyone wants to try to catch that? Yeah, in the last 2 days I've only got 12 hours of sleep, so that's why I'm tired. But I'm determined to fix my sleep schedule. It was very backwards for like the last week. I did a lot of driving across the country, and now I'm back home, and I just want things to go back to normal. I'm doing the ALTTP sprite redraw project and making a Game Boy game also in GB Studio. Very cool. I'm not familiar with ALTTP. I don't think. I kind of want to look this up. Oh, A Link to the Past. I should know that. Link to the Past was my favorite Game Boy game. Or, you know, I'm thinking of, I'm sleepy. What am I thinking of? Link's Awakening. Link to the Past is dope too, though. That's cool to think that you're making a Game Boy version of it. I was unaware that was a thing. Unless maybe I saw it and forgot. That happens too. You have a few streamers that play it, as I do as far as randomizers are concerned. A Link to the Past for SNES then? That's cool. Yeah, so you should check out Jane the Silent's Game Boy version. Or wait, is that what we're talking about? Oh wait, no, these are, I'm sorry, I misread. There's two different things. Original Game Boy game and A Link to the Past sprite redraw is separate. Yeah, sorry, it took me a second to gather that. But So the Link to the Past sprite redraw, is that for SNES then, or is that for a different engine, or how does that work, or is it just a mod or like a ROM hack? I'd always love to get into ROM hacks. I've never done a ROM hack before, but I always wanted to. I've done some mods for like Unity games and Unreal games, but I've never done a ROM hack. But that's awesome that you're part of this now, because I love meeting, you know, devs and stuff like that, especially like retro influenced devs. I'm just redrawing the sprites from the SNES version, but traditionally. I've never done ROM hacks, but they look cool. Oh, cool. So you're just making some art based off of the art. Like I remember, maybe this was a year or two ago now, but a lot of people were like redrawing the original Zelda art, like drawing Zelda as like a hot elf and stuff like that, which is cool. I thought it was interesting to see people. Yeah, you remember that? I thought it was interesting to see all those people like reuse the palette, but like in a really strange, or not strange, but a more modern way, like a retro palette with a modern art style. I thought that was interesting. I didn't take part in it myself. It's really hard for me to get into trends. Like by the time I think about like hopping on the trend bandwagon, the trend is already done typically. So for this Link to the Past sprite redraw, sorry, I'm having trouble speaking already. Is this like a team thing, or is this just you by yourself? Just you. Oh, cool. I'm gonna see if I can find you on Blue Sky, because if I'm not following you, I want to be. Is it the same name, Jane the Silent? I'm not finding it. You can link your Blue Sky if you want. I'll totally follow you, if I'm not already. I think you already followed me. Oh, okay, Subterranean Exhibit. Oh, okay, cool. Oh yeah, no, I did see this. Well, thanks for letting me know who you are. Yeah, no, I really like this stuff. These are really cool. Do you mind if I share it for a second here? So how did you get into GB Studio? So I've been kind of looking at it from the sidelines for a while. Sure, yeah, cool. Yeah, I've been kind of looking at GB Studio from the sidelines. I really like this piece, by the way. Like, I like this pattern as well as this pattern, and like the variation of these is really dope. And then it's like a sign, right? Really cool. I like these like barrel cactus type things and the palm trees. I like the amount of detail, and also the characters are super cute. I really like this Game Boy style art. I mean, this stuff's cool too. Yeah. Well, that's interesting. Iconic. But yeah, I was kind of looking at GB Studio from the sidelines. Thanks for letting me share your art, by the way. Sorry, I'm starting to space out again. Yeah, so I was watching GB Studio from the sidelines, and I was kind of playing some games on itch, and like for a while I was like, that'd be cool to do, but it doesn't look like it can do all the things that I'd like it to do. I was a little bit worried that it could only do like RPG Maker style games, you know, like that one type of top-down adventure game. Because, you know, that's mostly what the engine was created to do, I feel like, but they've been adding so much to it since then that like I was more and more interested in it, right? And then I was working on a team project where I was managing a team, and like I was like knee deep in Unity architecture, and like I was also working on my own Unity game which had its own architecture that was completely different, and like so I really wanted to like work on something that wasn't just work all the time. But it was really hard for me to like switch architectures. Hey, Jaren Draws, thanks for the reading or the daily check-in. Welcome in. Oh, and someone gifted me a sub to your channel, so I really appreciate that. Now I've got all of those cool emotes. You have a lot of cool emotes, Jaren. Yeah, if everyone hasn't checked out Jaren, you can go check out Jaren's channel there. Absolutely. Yeah, no, you've got some really cool emotes. I'm gonna pull some up here. I've been gifted so many subs recently. I have to like scroll through to find them. Yeah, no, I like the froggy ones too, because I'm making like a frog game. Or a toad game, rather. But yeah, I've been oh, I hit the wrong button. I've been spamming your emotes in other people's chats for sure. But yeah, I started with XNA actually a long time ago. And well, prior to that, I was using Macromedia Director and Adobe Flash. But after college, I wanted to like... Well, I went to school for 3D modeling and animation, right? Yeah, no, thanks for having really cool emotes. Like that makes it that much cooler, right? So yeah, I was studying 3D modeling and animation, and everything was going great until like 2008 when the economy kind of hit the fan, and I was going to school in Chicago at the American Academy of Art, which actually just closed last year after 100 years of being open. But so the economy hit the fan, and then Activision left Chicago, EA left Chicago, so like all of a sudden the only thing that was like remotely close that was like a AAA studio or even AA, because there's just not a whole lot in Illinois, or at least there wasn't, was Volition, which actually closed a few years ago also. And yeah, I applied for Volition over and over again, but they didn't hire me, and I started applying everywhere, and like I couldn't get work. I just couldn't find work, and everyone was like, oh, you should go into advertising. There's like a lot of advertising work in Chicago. It's like, I don't want to do advertising. I wanted to make games. Like I went to school to make games, not ads, you know? And I just decided then, I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do it myself if no one else is gonna help me. Cause you know, I was just an artist and an animator, and I don't know, I had a lot of ideas for games, but I had no idea how to program. Advertising work is no fun. Yeah, I've never really done advertising work, to be honest. I've done non-game work now. Like for YouTubers. and that's not so bad. But yeah, advertising is not what I was trying to get into. Anyways, so yeah, I decided to just buckle down and learn, you know, whatever I could, and what seemed appropriate at the time was XNA, but I was like so out of the loop. I didn't have any programmer friends, and like the one friend I had that was also a programmer, well, he was just taking a class in programming, and his teacher was like, oh, we're gonna learn XNA. So like he's like, oh, I need art for this project that I'm doing. I jumped on it. I was like, hell yeah, we're gonna make a game. And then so he handed in the project, which wasn't even like a finished game or anything, and he's like, all right, well that's the project. I was like, well, what do you mean? We need to make this game. He's like, no, I never really wanted to make a game. I just wanted to work on the project for class. And I was like, well, could I have the code and like learn from it and stuff? He's like, no, I don't want you to claim that it's your code. So I was like, well, what the fuck? So I found the exact same tutorial that he was learning from. It was like the exact same. Everything he did was from a tutorial. It wasn't even his own code. Infamous Bucket says, okay, time to lurky. Have a good rest of the stream. Rick, take care, chat. Thanks so much for the lurk, and thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you dropping in, and enjoy the lurk. So yeah, programmer didn't want to give me the code, so I ended up making my own version, and then I started doing some 3D stuff in XNA, and XNA was like it was a struggle for me, like, because I'm not sure if you're familiar with XNA, but it's a framework that uses C# and the .NET framework, right? So it's kind of like making your own engine, but using like built-in tools and functions. There is an ad that's starting in a bit, so I'll be sure to take a break when that happens, because I already tried to snooze it and I ran out of snoozes. But yeah, so from there I went to Game Maker and RPG Maker and 3D Rad and like a whole bunch of things before I actually found Unity. So Unity isn't where I started, but Unity is where I got my first real foothold. Like the first time I sat down with Unity, I was able to make a prototype. Oh, there's that ad. So we're gonna take a little break for the ad. It's only like a 2-minute ad break, so we'll be right back. All right, we're back from the ad break. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Jaren says, I've started to learn a little bit of Godot, but there are friends that swear by Unity. Yeah, you know, I haven't played with Godot too much. I sat down with it for like an hour or two back in 2018 or 2019, and the interface was too different from Unity for me to like really move quickly. So it was hard for me to like try to make a transition, or really it was hard for me to do anything because I was so used to Unity. But I feel like now it would be easier. Now that the C# is fully implemented, because that was like the reason why I tried to do it, was like they're like, oh, you can use C# now, and then I like tried to like use C# and it was like completely different. I was like, well, this isn't what I was expecting. But now I guess it's a lot easier to do with C#. But yeah, everyone uses GD script anyways, so it's like there's a whole lot of tutorials now where there really wasn't back in 2018, it felt like. And I think that's really the key, because when I got into Unity, there was so many tutorials. Yeah, they advise using GD script. Yeah, but there's people who are using C++ in it and stuff like that. So there are ways to use other languages in it, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not really into Godot, so maybe I'm wrong. But yeah, from what I understand, there's a few things that are a little bit weird and a few things that are still a little bit buggy. But I mean, that's any engine. Any engine has bugs. Unity has bugs. Unreal has bugs. They've all got bugs. Even GB Studio has bugs. What's really important, like I was saying, is the community. If you get like a strong community, then you can overcome the bugs. You know, you can get the help that you need. You can find the tutorials to help you get through, and that's huge. I feel like Unity is industry standard and has more support in general, so I might pivot. You know, you might be right. It's hard for me to say. I feel like it depends on what game you're gonna make, because, and again, I'm not a Godot developer, but I have a podcast where I interview a lot of developers, and I've been talking to more and more Godot developers, and from what I understand, if you're doing something 3D with physics, Godot isn't really quite there yet. From what I gather, it can do some of that stuff, but it's kind of janky compared to Unity, and let's face it, Unity's 3D physics can be pretty janky already. So like, I don't know if you want to add more jank to it. And I'm not saying it's not janky in Unreal, because Unreal's got janky colliders and stuff too. It's more about like learning how to like work around the jank. You know, like in Unity, I know more about Unity than Unreal. I actually haven't really made anything in Unreal. I've done some mods in Unreal, and I've done a couple blueprint stuff, and you know, I haven't finished any projects in Unreal though. With Unity, it's like your best bet is to, you know, import your meshes, but then don't use a mesh collider. Use primitives to make fake colliders, fake the mesh colliders, you know what I mean? So like, let's say you've got a sphere, but you don't need to know every surface of it in the physics engine. Like maybe it doesn't roll, right? Maybe it's just standing there, and you don't want the player to walk through it. Well, then you might as well just make it a cube in the physics engine, even though it looks like a sphere, so that way you don't have to worry about all those extra faces and the overhead that comes with it. And you know, as long as nothing needs to bounce off of it, like if it's just to block the player, you know. But if you gotta make it so things deflect off an angle and stuff like that, then you're gonna run into more and more issues and more overhead. So knowing a lot of that stuff ahead of the time is going to help you to design a better game, I feel like. But also, that said, if you just jump in, you can like uncover some really cool like fun factor that you might stay away from if you know where the jankiness is, because sometimes jankiness can be fun. It's weird, you know. It really depends on what kind of game you're trying to make. But yeah, I think that there's a lot of like cool stuff coming out of Godot, so I wouldn't be afraid to use Godot even on a professional level. But personally, I would be much faster with Unity. And this shit takes so long that you might as well do what's fastest, I feel like. Unless you're really interested in learning, because hell, if it's fun, then it's fun, you know? It's gotta be fun. As soon as it stops being fun, that's when things slow down. These are all good points. I'm just gonna have to actually try and make something, anything. Yeah, pretty much. You know, the first time I picked up Unity, I made like a simple like rollerball thing, which is funny because now there's like a rollerball controller that you can just drag and drop, but none of that was there when I first started. So I had to like learn how to make my own ball controller, and like I just made this like little prototype where there was like I made some meshes, and I was using 3ds Max at the time, and because I still had like a student version of it, and I just made some like, I don't know, like cups that for like the ball to like roll. I guess they're not really cups, like holes in the ground with like I don't know, convexness around it, right? So like the ball it was like a donut, right? So the ball would like roll over this donut and fall in the hole if you weren't careful. But there was also these other balls that were like trying to hit the player into those holes, and if you fell in the hole, then you lost. And if you knocked the other guys into the holes, then you won. It was like really simple, but I did it in a matter of like 2 or 3 hours the first time I sat with the engine. So it felt really good to like go somewhere. What happened here? Oh, I hit the wrong button. It felt really good to make something because I had been kind of spinning my wheels with XNA and Game Maker and even RPG Maker and 3D Rad, and I like Sauerbraten and FPS Maker and Unreal 3. I was trying everything, and I just didn't know about Unity until I was doing 3D modeling for this younger person who had a studio that he was starting. We were both young at the time, and he's like, yo, I'm using Unity, you should try this out. I was like, cool. I ended up just like going that road, and I didn't even do any more work for that guy and just did Unity stuff on my own. I don't think that guy finished the project that he was working on anyways, but that's kind of how it goes when you're first starting out. You just kind of do what you feel like doing, and sometimes you work with people and it works out, sometimes it doesn't, and it's actually a good thing to like try that. It teaches you a lot about working in teams. Also, like game jams are like a great way to learn. I definitely recommend doing a game jam, even if you don't know anything about the engine, because if you get on a team with some people that are helpful, and let's say you can do like, I don't know, 2D graphics even or something like that, like sometimes that's enough to help like a team project, right? And then you get to be part of something and see how it works, and you get to tinker with the code afterwards and stuff like that, and that's really helpful. Like the first successful game, well, the first game jam I ever did was successful in my eyes, because we got like over 100 people to play it like in one day, and then it still gets plays today, like, and this was in 2017 we made it. So like every month or so someone stumbles across it and still plays it. And it's not a terribly great game, but it was good enough and funny enough where people, like, you know, still enjoy it to a degree. Some people made videos about it, and alls I did was the art. but I did a lot of art for that game. I did all the characters, almost all the animations. We did use some Mixamo animations to make things quicker for us. Yeah, I had to design the levels. I came up with the game design idea, right? And then the programmer did all of the programming, all of the UI programming, and like all of this other stuff that was all programming, you know, like the lights and the sound effects, anything that needed code, because I didn't know much of anything about code at the time. Like, I mean, I did, but I had been using what they called Unity script, which was like a JavaScript wannabe, and they deprecated it like right around that time. And I was kind of like, well, I know how to do like a coroutine in C# because you couldn't do coroutines in JavaScript. So I learned how to do C# just for coroutines, and that's the only time I ever used it for a long time. But I honestly, the game that I was making needed serialization for like save states kind of thing, and I couldn't figure out how to do that in this Unity script, and it was deprecated. So every time I asked someone for help, they'd say, well, just use C#. You know, what are you doing with this Unity shit or Unity script shit? And so eventually I had to learn C#, but it was really hard to do until I ran into a programmer who like showed me how, like literally showed me his code, you know. And then I made a second level for it all on my own like a year later, and by that point I was already going like really fast with the C# stuff, and I don't even remember Unity script at this point. Like it's just so much easier to think in terms of C# now. But yeah, I definitely recommend game jams, even if you just do audio, or yeah, because one of the team members just did audio, and that was still super helpful. And I feel like he gained a lot by being able to work with a team, and yeah, just doing art would be fine. Or even if you just wanted to do programming, you know, if there's like another programmer there, you could like help them, you know, or at least try. But yeah, with a game jam, it's important to keep your scope down, right, and to keep your expectations in check, because you're probably just not going to be able to do half the things that you would like to do. Not only because it's hard to do things when you don't know what you're doing, but because of the time that you don't have, because usually game jams are shorter. And yeah, like the first game jam I did was 72 hours, which isn't the shortest I've ever done. I actually did a few that were 48 hours. But I've done like 4 or 5 game jams, and like only 2 of them were successful in my eyes. Like the first one I did was successful, and then like the third one I did, I think it was really cool because we had this team of, so I used to go to these game dev meetups when I was in Phoenix, because there was enough game devs where we would have these meetups. And I'm in Oklahoma now, so there's not as many game devs. There is like a game dev server that I'm part of, but we don't have meetups as far as I know, or I haven't been to one yet. But yeah, I went to the University of Advancing Technology just for game jams. I wasn't going to school there or anything like that. They had a game jam there. And I heard about it at this meetup, but no one from the meetup went except me. So I was like with all these students who like really didn't know a whole lot. Jane the Silent says, I'm amazed by anyone who can do short form jams. Yeah, I was too, until I started to do them. But honestly, I prefer a little bit longer ones now. The ones I do are usually about 10 days or so now. I just find it to be more comfortable. You don't have to like stay up all night or something like that. Or if someone else on your team drops the ball, it doesn't just ruin the project, right? But honestly, I do jams by myself nowadays. I've done 2 jams by myself that I feel were you know, good enough. One of them actually turned out, I know 3 jams by myself now. I'm losing track of how many jams I've done. But yeah, GB Studio has made it a lot easier to do solo game jams, I feel like. Yeah. Hey Karipu, how's it going? Everyone should check out Karipu's stream. Doing art last, I totally missed that. That would have been cool to see. I'll have to check out the VOD if you've got VODs up or anything like that, highlights or anything. Did this start as a game jam? Pyrotoad, no. Pyrotoad did not start as a game jam, but I did 2 different game jams during the making of this. Pyrotoad actually started as a prototype from the game's designer. So I didn't design this game. My friend Johnny Manjiro, I think he might be chilling in chat. Sometimes he's chilling in chat. He may or may not be today, but he designed this one for the NES, actually, using NES Maker, and he was having trouble with the screen scrolling. And around that same time, I was playing his game Palooza Saga on my stream. I don't play a whole lot of games. I usually do game dev stuff, but hey, Indie Maniac, welcome in. Thank you for the resub. Wow, really appreciate that. I hope you're doing well. We're just doing some Pyrotoad art like usual. Talking about the beginnings of it at this point. Last stream was a short test stream to see if I could get TTS working. Oh, interesting. Oh, Awakening Sarah. Yeah, I watched you play some of that. That was an interesting one, a pixel art game. Yeah. So, yeah, so I was playing Palooza Saga Kaji's Trials when Johnny Manjiro came into my chat because I had tagged him in the Twitter post, and he saw that I was an artist and that I did Game Boy stuff, and he was thinking about switching from NES Maker to GB Studio, and then we started working together. You learned it's a sequel to a game you played ages ago. Wow, that's awesome. Do you remember what the sequel was called? Neat. I dabble with NES Maker. I think they're doing their annual thing right now, or released the results recently. Awesome. That's cool. What do you think of NES Maker? I've only spoken to people about it. I've never actually tried it. I was like this close to buying it, and then I started watching the tutorials, and I was like, oh man, this looks like a chore. No offense to the guy, but like his tutorials weren't the greatest. I was like, oh man, I don't know if I can learn from this. So I'm interested in what people think. Hey, Big Lumbee, welcome in. Pyrotoad time, hell yeah. Dreaming Sarah is the first game. Awakening Sarah is the sequel. I can see that. Was the first one good, or was the second one better? But yeah, we're back to Pyrotoad art after a week and a half break or so. Yeah, not to get on a dark topic, but my mom died on Friday, so, and I drove out to Illinois to see her, you know, and spent some time with her before she passed. And she'd been fighting brain cancer for about 4 years now, and so it's one of those things, we kind of saw it coming, but it's always hard to see someone go, you know. Haven't used it in a long time, but it wasn't non-coder friendly in my opinion. It's probably improved a lot since then, I imagine. from what I understand, like, you can do some very basic stuff without code, but anything that's like an actual game, you need to learn assembly language, which is like not an easy thing to learn. So sorry to hear that. Thank you, I appreciate that. Sorry to hear that, Rick. I know you talked about this stuff recently. Yeah, she was not doing good. Her health took a sudden turn. Oh shit, my condolences on your loss. Even when you can see it coming, it's never easy to go through it. Yeah, it was pretty hard. It was pretty hard. Yeah, I won't dwell on it too much, but yeah, it was rough. I'm glad she's in a better place, and I'm glad that you know, the nightmare is over for her, because brain cancer can be very frustrating on everyone. I can only imagine how frustrating it was for her. But I appreciate everyone with the kind words and all that, because it's been tough. But I'm happy to get back to work. Yeah, I had to use ASM for even transition screens back when I use it. Yeah, I believe anything that's not like right out of the box is ASM with that. And there's no easy language for it or anything. It's like, the way I look at Nest Maker is that it's like a good way to like organize the art and the file structure, right, of the program. But if you wanted, you could use like a few other softwares to do that for free, I believe. So it's kind of a big asking price for what it does, but also like it seems like it should do more. I don't know. I've never used it, so yeah. Lost 2 family members to lung cancer, one after another recently. I know how it feels, man. Fuck cancer. Wow, I'm really sorry, man. Cancer really sucks. Lost family and friends to it. Wow, yeah. But we won't dwell on this too long. Yeah, exactly. I feel for everyone. Absolutely. Yeah. Cancer sucks. No one should have to go through it. So it's a pain. I've been focusing on my own health a lot more. Hopefully that helps, but thanks for checking in, Indy. You got 8 check-ins. You're getting up there. Yeah, I was you know, I watch a lot of just like random shit, and there was this one podcast I was watching where this guy was on there and he's saying that he thinks that carbohydrates are the cause of cancer, right? Like too many carbohydrates cause cancer, and that to me is kind of mind-blowing. Who knows how accurate that is, but he kind of backed it up with some shit, so it makes you wonder. It's something that could be avoided, and it's definitely not great for you. So of course it's really hard to avoid all carbs. I mean, fuck, potatoes have carbs, and cauliflower has carbs, and chickpeas have carbs, and everything that I need to eat because I can't eat gluten has carbs, basically. So in all fairness, I started to code and pixel art with NestMaker first, so it was probably more of a chore for me than it would have been anyone more familiar with any code. Yeah, no, I hear you. I feel like they kind of rope people in a little bit, and not like in like the worst way or anything like that, because it's cool to get people involved in coding and stuff. But from what I understand, it's not really the best pixel art program. It's good for making NES art, but if you know how to make NES art, you might be better off using something like Aseprite, which is only like $15 when it's on sale. And you can do a lot with it. But like I said, you still have to know the limitations. For example, I'm doing Game Boy Color art but it only works because I know the limitations. If I go outside the limitations and try to throw it in GB Studio has a hell of a time with it. And you're probably aware of that. Just have to try to take care of yourself in the best you can. Yeah, that's really what it comes down to. I really enjoyed and thrived with the art part, but the ASM isn't a great entry to code. No, I don't think it is. I've only done like a hello world in ASM, and I was literally just copying a tutorial. I think it was, well, there was like 2 different tutorials. There was the man, I can't remember what they call it, something Nights, Nerdy Nights, the Nerdy Nights tutorial, and then the and then this other guy who had like a video on it was straight up how to do a hello world in NES, and that's like exactly what I do. It was like line for line, no deviation. Like as soon as I tried to deviate, I got lost and stuck, and I was like, okay, back to the tutorial. I would love to learn more about it. The designer who did the design for Pyrotoad is pretty fluent in ASM from what I understand, because he used Nestmaker to make Palooza Saga, which is a Zelda-like roguelite. So like it's 255 different variations of the world, and it all works. It's really fantastic. I did the throw stuff at the wall method. Yeah, no, I mean that's yeah, that's definitely one way to do it. Try different things until it works, I call it, right? And I still do that. I still do that in Unity. I do that in anything. We're gonna have another ad here soon, so we'll take a break. Ooh, Zelda like roguelite sounds amazing. Yeah, you should check out Palooza Saga. I'll throw the link in chat here. I might still have it up. No. Yeah, so it is $10 for the ROM. I think it's 50 euro for the cartridge. There is a Famicom and NES cartridge, but it does go on sale sometimes. So that's something to look for if you follow it and wait for it to go on sale. It's cheaper that way. But it's definitely worth the $10 in my opinion, especially if you like the original Zelda. But yeah, we've got that ad, so we're gonna take a little break here, so that way no one misses anything. But I'm gonna use this time to sip on my tea and hydrate, so it's all good. Alright, we're back. I've got the Palooza Saga page up here. We'll throw on the trailer again.
Hey, Kanji, did you know this game has 2 quests? Pretty impressive, huh?
2 quests, huh? Hold my beer. Why don't we play Palooza Saga, Kaji's Trials? A new action-adventure game for the NES. Over 200 quests.
Yeah, no, I was really, really impressed with it. And then, yeah, I was playing it on stream, and I had tagged the developer, Johnny Manjiro, in my Twitter post. And so he hopped in the stream, and we started talking. He realized I was an artist, and I do GB Studio stuff. And he was currently working on Pyrotoad, but he was thinking about switching it into GB Studio, and like the name wasn't made yet, the character wasn't made yet, so like we worked on a lot of that together, like the name and the character and the theme and stuff. But yeah, I was just super impressed. So this is the map, right? You can't really tell because it's small, but so it's 8 by 8, so there's 64 64 screens, but there's also a whole nother 8 by 8 one, so there's actually 128 different like map portions for each playthrough, and then you can set it so it changes automatically to the next PlayStation. Nice. Hey, Kixie's here. Welcome in, Kixie. Hope you're doing well. Everyone should check out Kixie's stream. She streams on Saturdays. I missed her playing Backpack Hero last week, but I hope it was fun. And Indy's farting around. Thanks for the fart, Indy. We all heard that one. But yeah, Palooza Saga, like I was saying, it's got an auto and a manual, so if you wanted to dial in a seed, you can. Or if you want to just play through the next seed after you beat it, then it like won't play the same one twice, which is really cool. That looks really weird. What's going on with chat? Oh, for some reason on one of my windows it like broke. That's so weird. I'm gonna refresh that because I don't know why it did that. Alright, now it's fixed. Yes, it was fun. Thank you for the shout out. Absolutely, Kixie. Thanks for dropping in. I'm glad you had fun with Backpack Hero. There was 2 backpack games, right? Did you play both of them? Or you like the one more than the other, right? You said one was more of an auto battler and one was more like, I don't know the word for it. I can't think of it. My brain's hardly working here. I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule. I only got 12 hours of sleep in the last 2 days. So I'm actually probably gonna go to bed before too long here. I only played one of them, the turn-based one. You wrote but the auto battler, but I think you meant not the auto battler. Palooza Saga looks wicked. Yeah, it definitely is. And it's worth the $10 for sure. So if you're like looking for a OG Zelda, like $10 definitely is worth it. Not the auto battler. Okay, cool. Thanks for checking in, Big Lumbee. Appreciate that. I like hearing the Galaga quarter drop sound effect. My fingers have their own typing brains. It's okay, Kixie. Mine do too, and I knew what she meant. Yeah, my fingers totally do that. Like, I'll be thinking something, and I'll type the next word that I'm thinking before like it's supposed to come out. Toasty.
Just
Thanks for checking in, Kixie. And thanks for the meat while I redeem. I love that one. But yeah, I definitely recommend Palooza Saga. And like I said, if you're into the whole like collector scene, it is €50, but you can get the cartridge, and there's also a Famicom version now too.
Inconceivable! Inconceivable!
I appreciate all the redeems. Yeah, this is the publisher that we're gonna probably reach out to, since they've already worked with the designer before. They have a lot of cool games. This game, Super Tilt Brothers, I don't know if you guys have heard of it, but it's got a Wi-Fi chip in it, and you can play it online from your console. Like, how crazy is that? A unique and revolutionary Wi-Fi enabled cartridge designed by Broke Studio. Lots of homebrew, it looks like. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they only do homebrew. Yeah, it looks like... Well, oh, maybe they have... What is this, digital? Oh, they have one digital game that's not homebrew. So that's interesting. I didn't know about that. Why is this browser so weird? What is wrong with this browser? What browser is this? This like doesn't even look like a browser. It looks like they sell hardware too, which is cool. So this is the NROM mapper. That's like the basic one. The mapper 30, that's what they use to make Mario Brothers 3. I'm not sure the difference here. Oh, Famicom and NES, that's the difference there. And then yeah, the shell is only like $4 for the... But yeah, these are only for NES and Famicom stuff, it looks like. Oh yeah, I see them a lot. Yeah, they're a pretty big homebrew publisher. Looks like they have Genesis games too. Only a few though. But yeah, I think that would be awesome to get a cartridge out. That's rad. Twin Dragons was also an NES game, I believe. Oh, cool. I think they might have had a Kickstarter at some point, unless my memory is messing up again. I don't know. Honestly, I've never used Kickstarter before. I know a lot of games like get funded that way and stuff. And I don't know. Some people have asked me like, how come you don't do a Kickstarter? And it's like, that sounds like a second job. You know what I mean? Like adding a whole lot of stress to this. Like, luckily, I think both Johnny and I are in a position where we're not like totally hurting for the cash, you know? So like, it's a little bit of a risk to work with someone that I haven't worked with before, but it's something that I love doing, and I have good faith in him and the project. So I mean, it's not going to make a killing or anything like that, but I think it'll be worth the time. Maybe not worth what some of my clients pay me, but that's okay because I'm doing something that I like to do and it's fun, and that is a big deal to me. I wouldn't have pursued art as a career if I was looking for money, you know what I mean? Yeah, some people don't get it. It's not a store. Yeah, it's looking good. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, just kind of going with the flow here. Like I said, we'll minimize the unique tiles as much as we can, and then if I feel like it needs more variety, we'll go in and and change some of the repetitions so it's not as repetitive. I feel like I'm just saying the same words over and over again. But yeah, we do have some more tiles we can steal from over here, like this one. Yeah, I like back when in the day, like 2014, I was like, oh, Kickstarter sounds like a cool like thing, you know. Maybe like I was working on this game called Destruction of the Heavens back then, and I was like, oh, maybe Destruction of the Heavens could be a Kickstarter game. And then like the longer I waited to like have something that I felt was like worthy to Kickstarter, like the less like it seemed like a good idea. Like, and it's not like it's a bad idea, it's just that like I don't know, I feel like it's a good thing for some projects, not for all projects, kind of thing, because like I said, it's like a whole nother job, you know. There's so much logistics involved with like getting the rewards just right, knowing exactly how much money you need to finish it, knowing how much is actually going to get funded. You know, you might actually end up paying out of pocket to make sure that it gets funded on Kickstarter, because if it doesn't meet the goal, then it doesn't happen. I like Kickstarter as a backer, as a creator, it scares me. And then there's also the issue with like a lot of people thinking that it's like a store, that go in backing something thinking that they're definitely going to get the product, even though Kickstarter says like, hey, it's not for sure that you're going to get this product. People get really upset when it doesn't happen, and you know, I feel for them. Like, that makes sense. And on this next podcast that I'm producing, we actually talk about it quite a bit. We talk about this game, Examina. And I wish I had all the details, because it wasn't really it wasn't something that I brought up, it's something that one of my friends brought up. But essentially this Kickstarter was funded, and the devs said like, hey, this game that we wanted you to fund is going to take like way longer than we thought it was going to take, so would you rather have a playable kind of demo version of what we talked about, or would you rather just wait for us to finish it? And they're like, we want something to play now. So they did that. They made something to play now, and it's been in early access for like 5 or 6 years now. The short game, they never actually made the long game, and they're never going to. So the thing is that all these people pitched in money for this project that didn't actually happen, and then they turned around and got like they did a poll of the backers to see whether it would get made or not, and it ended up not getting made. And then this other game isn't getting finished, so it's like this weird thing, right? That happens a lot, and it's one of those things, like, I don't know, it's weird. And then for Steam games, there's like this whole other thing, right? Because if you sell your game on Kickstarter, like, those people can't leave meaningful reviews because they got the game for free, technically, right? Because they got it through a key. So those positive reviews aren't going to count, and the revenue isn't going to count. And when I say count, I mean it's not going to work for the algorithm, which is like the whole purpose of selling on Steam. The whole purpose of selling the game on Steam is because the algorithm can like push your game, but only if you like catch the algorithm. If you do it just the way that they want you to, then there's a chance that the algorithm might pick up your game and push it to a bunch of new players. But if you don't have any revenue, that is like a strike against you on the algorithm. And if you don't get enough positive reviews, that's a strike against you on the algorithm. And you need both of those things, as well as a whole bunch of wish lists. to even make a splash when the game releases. And if the game doesn't make a splash when it releases, it's very, very, very unlikely that it will ever make a splash whatsoever. And that's just the way that Steam is. So Kickstarter actually kind of works against you on Steam unless you're like really, 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 really big, you know. And some of these games are really, really big, like 20XX is a good example of a game that was a Kickstarter game that still managed to make a splash on Steam, but they would have made a bigger splash if they wouldn't have done the Kickstarter. However, the Kickstarter was for like over $100,000 or something like that, so they probably wouldn't have been able to make as good of a game if they didn't have the money, right? So yeah, it's this weird thing. But also, I think their goal was only $80,000 and they made over $100,000, I think, or something like that. So it's like this weird thing, you know? It's like this balancing act. It really does. The most frequent thing I see is angry backers with unrealistic ideas of dev time and hurdles. Yeah, exactly. Well, and then the other thing is that devs don't know. And this isn't against the devs. This is like a common thing in all of development, even AAA studios, even Red Dead Redemption 2 and Cyberpunk and these huge games that had like billion-dollar budgets, multi-billion-dollar budgets, don't know how long it's going to take. And if a company with like, you know, shareholders and or stockholders and chair people and if those people, and then like hundreds of people working on this game, if they don't know how long it's going to take, how can you expect a small indie team that's just barely scraping by to know how long it's going to take, you know? I heard you discussing Kickstarter. I had to drop this. As a backer for multiple projects, being transparent is key. Many devs or teams will not do this as the game is developing, and that's a big loss. I agree. I think that transparency is a must in the games industry. I think there's a lot of bad practices that are kind of left over from AAA. So back in the day, AAA used to do these kind of I don't know what you call it, like a silent drop, right? Where it's like all of a sudden the game that you want, it just came out. You didn't even know it existed. You didn't even know that they were developing it because they kept it this big secret. And now look at all this hype. Look at all this hype because this game just came out of nowhere and everyone wanted it. They didn't even know they wanted it. And that was like what drove game sales back in the day. Also, it was a big deal to keep it secret because you didn't want anyone taking your ideas and all this stuff. And in AAA. But you get a lot of indie devs that have like these big like ideals based on those like you know, the old school way of these silent drops, and they want you to be impressed when they show you what they're working on, but they don't want to show it to you until it's ready because they want you to be as impressed as possible. And that's just not the way to do it, unfortunately. I mean, it would be great if everything you put out was going to be liked, but the thing is that no one's going to like it if they couldn't provide any feedback on it. And you can't make anything in like a vacuum, right? You can try, and some people do. Some people, like, you know, celebrity devs, what's his name from Konami, I can't remember his name all of a sudden. The guy who made Death Stranding, he can do something like that, of course. Some big studios, you know, that have like a special IP that everyone's gonna know, they can do a silent drop, no problem. But, and it will even help them to do that. You still see it today, but smaller studios are definitely gonna benefit from transparency 100%. Sorry, I'm gonna catch up on chat. I got a little rant there. If any given dev gives update pictures or project stuff, you won't lose the backers or faith in the project. Yeah, some devs are like, oh yeah, 1 year later, we're still working on it. Here's a single picture of a beta build, and then radio silence again. Yes, I know. I'm following this project doing a massive Pokemon like with MMO features and tons of other stuff, and people are furious they're a couple years late, even though they're constantly giving detailed progress updates. Yeah, seen it happen with several projects, unfortunately. Oh, the infamous bug is back. Yeah, sorry, I saw Indy's pink and the infamous bugs magenta are very similar. I thought I was talking to Indy, but yeah. Sorry about that. We talking about Kickstarters? Yeah, we're talking about Kickstarters. Yeah, actually the most recent podcast that I'm producing, we go on a big discussion on Kickstarter. And it's interesting because on the podcast we have someone who backed a project that never came out and he's still upset about it. And then we had someone who actually got their project backed on Kickstarter. And so it was an interesting discussion. We had like 5 people altogether on this latest podcast. So yeah. Wow, I just dipped in when I heard Kickstarter stuff. Yeah, you guys should, once the podcast is produced, you guys should check that out. I think you might get a kick out of that. It's like I don't know how long it's gonna be, but like there's like over 4 hours of recording, so I'm chopping it down a little bit. But definitely gonna keep that stuff in there. I've backed around 500 now. I think, wow, that's a lot of projects to back. Some backers are great though. Saw one project drop off the face of the map, and people were just concerned for them. Restored some faith in humanity. They came back later though. Turned out they had a rough time, and everyone was so loving about it. Sorry, my throat's going. I got to get some water here. Excuse me. Yeah, that. I also gave to a few that haven't posted updates in a while. Yeah, that's rough. You know, there was one indie dev who Sombrero Cat Games. They were, you know, they weren't huge on Twitter, but they were like, I don't know, they were like, you know, getting there, maybe a little bit bigger than I was at the time. Of course, everything's smaller now with everyone leaving. Also gave, I don't think I've been burned by any major Kickstarters, honestly. I'm usually able to sniff out the ones that are over ambitious after years of doing it. Yeah, I bet. Bro, there's quite a few projects you can literally read and ask yourself, can a 3-person dev team really make this in 2 years, etc.? Bro, yeah, no, for real. I could see that, you know. What I do is I go to Kickstarter just to research Kickstarters. The cat dev you mentioned, yeah, Sombrero Cat Games. I actually just left their Discord server because I was in it for the longest time just to see what was going on. I wanted to hear from them. They vanished with the money. They just Ninja vanished with the money, and they had a lot of debt and hospital bills, and I guess they paid off that, and then they just never said anything afterwards. Then the Discord got taken over. The Discord got hijacked. It was so weird. Were you in the Discord, Indie Maniac? Yeah, you gave to that. Yeah, no, it looked cool. It was like a gardening simulator kind of game. Knowing the limitations of your own team and what you can accomplish. Oh, there's an ad. I'm gonna snooze that. Knowing the limitations of your own team and what you can accomplish with the skills you have, money you have, etc. is key. If you want to make a game 5 times bigger than Zelda Tears of the Kingdom with realistic graphics and do it with 2 people, you might be overreaching. Yeah, to say the least. I mean, we all know, even non-devs know that it's a common thing to be over ambitious when you're first learning development. Even years after you started, you could be doing something for 5 years and then decide, all right, now I'm ready to make my Skyrim-sized MMO by myself, and like you're just not. You know what I mean? Like, and then there's games like Stardew Valley that make it seem possible. And I don't know how. I mean, I actually do, because I've watched a lot of documentaries, but like that guy, he spent like every waking hour on that game. He probably hated it by the time he was done with it, because you can't just do one thing. You're gonna hate it. I would anyways. But yeah. Last thing the devs said was about debt they had, so I think they used that money for that and dipped out. Yeah, they had medical bills, so they paid their debt and dipped out. And I think they were so embarrassed that they left the industry. Yeah, I definitely see people wanting to outdo AAA games with a couple people in 2-3 years. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I'm surprised by how many people back those. I mean, there's something to be said about like that, right? Where having an ambition is like, it can drive the promotion, it drives the hype, right? It happens even with games that come out, right? Where like, what was that game? Was it Scorn? I think it was called Scorn. It had the Geiger style art. Yeah, and it came out. They finished it, and it looked awesome. It looked like Geiger worked on the game, even though Geiger's dead. But apparently the gameplay sucked. They just didn't test it enough. Like, they didn't go through the normal rigmarole. You liked Scorn? Okay, I didn't play it, so I'm just saying. I know I like the art style, but from what I understand, well, it says Google says 86% of people liked it. So maybe I'm giving it more harsh. It says 3.5 stars on Steam, so I don't know. Okay, it does have mostly positive reviews, so maybe I'm going off of what some other people said, but yeah. Maybe that's not the best example. But also, that was like a larger team from what I understand, with a larger publisher. And I'm not sure if that had a Kickstarter or not. But I do have one friend that recommends against it. So, and as far as I know, they're my only Steam friend that has the game. And also, they're like a well-known community member in the indie scene. Oh, there was a Kickstarter. I'm gonna read the review. Not recommended. This was from October 16th, 2022. I remember seeing the Kickstarter for this and was immediately interested based on the art alone. I was hesitant to pick it up because the scope seemed kind of large and the release date unlikely. Now here we are in 2022 and the game is finally out several years late based on initial estimates of 2018. My disappointment is palpable. If viewed as a collection of art, then I feel there's something to be admired here. If you're a fan of Geiger or Beksinski, you'll likely be drawn to Scorn just as I was. However, where those artists manage to inspire a story within their art, Scorn falls flat on that front. The game has creepy environments, interesting designs and enemies, murals, statues, etc. all throughout your trek through the world of Decay. I've heard people talk about the game being full of environmental story. Oh, there's an ad break coming that I can't stop. I'm gonna read chat real quick here. That's been on my wish list. I will say people did talk about the game being boring gameplay wise, but I enjoyed it. Well, that's totally fine. I think the other thing that can fail on Kickstarter are games by big names that go out to remake old things. Yeah, absolutely. But then they completely change it or do stupid things. Yeah, they like harness the hype and then they're like, oh, but wouldn't it be cool if we did something completely different? Mighty Number 9 was horrible for all the stupid mechanics they added, gameplay changes, etc. Then Bloodstained was amazing as it kept it exactly to what SOTN, I'm not sure what that is, similar. we're about with just update graphics. Oh, Symphony of the Night. I know what that is. Game was very visually appealing. Yeah, Scorn for sure. I was a bit disappointed with the R-Type Kickstarter. Advertising wasn't great at all, so I didn't hear about it until there was barely time left and was an issue with physical deliveries. Oh, there was a Pokemon that escaped. I didn't even catch that. And no one caught it. The fact that they delayed Bloodstained for extra 6 months before release to refine it and make it better showed that they wanted to make it better. Yeah, but you're gonna upset people 6 months after. I mean, 6 months isn't too bad in all reality, but some people are gonna be upset over the stupidest little things. There's always gonna be people that are upset, so it's like not that important. But yeah. But yeah, just to go on back on this review, what did I say? The game has creepy environments, interesting designs and enemies, murals, statues, etc. all throughout you trek throughout this world of decay. I've heard people talk about the game being full of environmental storytelling. I don't know if we played the same game. Upon finishing the game, I'm left with only questions, no answers. I know nothing about this world. The machines I interacted with, the character I pushed through countless rooms and machines and biomass, and that's incredibly disappointing. The game itself might as well be a walking simulator for 90% of the game. There are puzzles to complete which are obtuse but not overly difficult to solve in most cases. There is combat, but it's awful. The combat is by far the worst combat of any game I've played in years. Thankfully, combat for most of the part can be avoided, and the combat you must complete is straightforward enough to be over very quickly. Even still, the combat is such an awful experience that I walked away from the game 3 times before forcing myself to complete it. The ad's gonna start here, so I'm not gonna keep reading. I'm gonna hydrate actually. And then we're gonna take a small ad break. Perfect timing too, because I just ran out of water and I need it. I think it's because I had caffeinated tea. My throat's just getting really dry. I'm not used to the caffeine. But yeah, we'll take a little break here. Make sure that you get some water for yourself. All right, thanks for hanging out during the ad break there. I appreciate that. Let's see. I'd rather a game be delayed for 6 months than have the dev be transparent and say we don't think the gameplay is good enough to and we're gonna fix it, and then release a better product. And then release a better product is better than releasing and then patching. I agree with that 100%. Although there's like an ego thing that happens, and it's not just like a dev thing, it's like a whole team thing, and sometimes it's like a publisher thing where they're like, oh, it's going to be good, like people are going to like it, and then the people on the team will be like, oh, well, if that person believes in it, I believe that person more than I believe myself sometimes. And you know, like the team lead says it's gonna work, team lead says to trust him, and then it doesn't work, you know. So they don't do as much testing as they should. They want to keep it secret. They want it to make a big splash, and then that splash isn't there because people were listening to their egos rather than the reality is you shouldn't be listening to the devs at all. You should be listening to playtesters. But yeah, I totally agree. 6 months isn't even that long to delay a game. But also, it's hard to make something good in just 6 months. Fable, one of my most anticipated games, was delayed, and I said that's okay as long as they make it run well on launch and help it to be better overall experience. Yeah, I remember we were chatting about that, I think in Kixie's Discord, and I think my response was, you mean the day one patch? But yeah, that's, you know, it's just one of those things that everything gets a day one patch these days. Delays are fine if it's to clean up the game and to avoid crunch. So the two aren't one and the same, actually. When you delay something, that just makes the crunch longer is usually what happens. I mean, if it needs to be delayed, they're already crunching. That's the unfortunate part. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's studios that are like hardcore, we do not crunch, like we won't crunch, and those are the studios you want to work for. Obviously, those are the studios that are hard to get a job at, and it might not always work. Just because you're at a studio that doesn't crunch doesn't mean the game is going to be successful, doesn't mean that they're going to be able to keep everyone on. But it's definitely more comfortable when you're not crunching. But yeah, if a game needs to be delayed, which most games do, means they're already probably crunching towards the end, because most games require at least some level of crunch, and I'm using this term kind of lightly here. You end up having to spend more hours towards the end. Whether or not you consider it crunch or not is kind of subjective, I guess. Some people will say anything over 50 hours is crunch, and some people say that anything over 60 hours is crunch. I say if you're working over 40 hours, like, that's not good. But games kind of require that if you're trying to make a deadline, and that's sad. But yeah, I don't agree with crunch. I don't think it's something that we should strive for, and I think it's a mismanagement thing. The sad part is, and I can say this from experience now, is that managing games is freaking hard. And you know, it becomes a budget management towards the end, and that's a lot of times outside of the actual manager's hands. So a lot of times the people budget or managing the budget don't have any understanding of managing the game, when in reality they should, and that makes things not flow as easily as it should. Let's see, where am I at? I agree. I think crunch industry standard is horrendous, and so many devs are speaking out about it. I'd rather get less games per year of a higher quality than too many and sift through the trash. I agree with that 100%, but I also think that taking longer on a game doesn't necessarily make the game higher quality. I will agree that crunching on a game is going to make the quality shittier, but taking longer doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be better. It can, like, getting rid of the crunch, like, because let's face it, if you've been up for frickin' 20 hours, you're in no shape to be programming a game, right? And if you've spent 60 hours already working that week, your brain isn't in a spot to want to be having fun coding a game. You're gonna make a better game if you're having fun. So like, yeah, I get that. I'm really slow on chat here. Also, even if a handful of games get delayed, we have literally thousands of other games to fill the time in between. I agree with that. Unfortunately, that's not the way the market sees it. The market only likes new things for the most, new things and things that are on sale that haven't been on sale before, or things that are all of a sudden $5 when they used to be 60, or things that are suddenly free on the Epic Store. And I'm being a little facetious, but there's some honesty in what I'm saying here. Jane the Silent says, so what games inspire me? I get a lot of my inspiration from retro games. I play a lot of like really old games, like old arcade games. I play a lot of Millipede. I've been playing a lot of this game called Warlords, and I really want to make a Warlords clone-ish, but like I would like to make an online Warlords game. I think that would be so cool, but I don't have any netcode experience, and that type of game sounds difficult because, like, let's face it, if Rocket League runs like shit, any physics game, netcode game is gonna run like shit, because Rocket League has the budget to make it not run like shit as best as it's possible, and it still runs like shit. By runs like shit, I mean there's like this rubber banding thing where if the physics are off on the client, then all of a sudden it'll like snap into what the server says is correct. Yeah. I think it depends on the studio, to be fair. Some outright say it's to avoid crunch, while others will literally work their employees to death. Yeah, 100%. Some studios will completely avoid it, and other studios, they say that they're gonna avoid it, and then they just don't. Like CD Projekt Red or Rockstar. I think one of the reasons certain AAA game studios are failing versus indies is that they have such a misunderstanding of game dev. They are run by business people and not programmers or such. It's why Nintendo works so well. It's run by literal programmers and coders. Well, I will argue on that. I don't think Nintendo works as well as they make it seem, right? Nintendo is really very closed doors. They don't let information get out because they will blacklist you. They have a strong blacklisting thing, from what I understand, that everyone's afraid to say anything because they'll get blacklisted, and then they won't be able to work in the industry from Nintendo. So I mean it's a different culture, right? It's a completely different culture. And yeah. So, and there's blacklisting that occurs here in the States as well. It's just now becoming a thing to be able to speak out against AAA studios, and still people are afraid to do it. So yeah, Nintendo has issues. They hide their issues well, but they definitely have issues. But I agree that AAA is failing because they don't have a good understanding of the industry, because they're run by business people. That's a very accurate statement. I don't know if programmers would do a better job. I think you need a holistic like reality when it comes to game devs, and I think that's why indie devs are kind of killing it in that respect, because they kind of have to. Otherwise, they won't keep the lights on. They won't have food on their table. They won't be able to afford their family's needs. I mean, when you have to pay for your own insurance, you realize like where things are expensive, and like how to cut down costs, and how to generate revenue without fucking over your consumers, because the consumers are like your lifeblood at that point, right? But if you're just like on some board and making decisions based on profit margins and stocks, like, yeah, you don't give a shit about the consumer. And that's what's kind of fucking it up. It leads to unrealistic expectations of game turnaround or dev time. Oh, new Borderlands game, gotta be done in a year, no excuses. Pretty much. Wallace Lovecraft says, keep up the good work. Hey, thanks for dropping in, Wallace. Sorry if I took forever to get to your chat. I've been super slow on chat here. But thank you so much for dropping in. I appreciate that. Hopefully you're still hanging out. Oh, there's a Pokemon and I totally missed it. Imagine that. Jane the Silent says, I wish Scarlet Violet delayed. I loved it, except for the dead cities with clone buildings and just no access buildings. It really soured the experience for me. I haven't played any of the new Pokemon games. Although I did play Pokemon Crystal recently. That's how far behind I am on the Pokemon games. But I did want to play a new Pokemon game, but then I didn't. Which one was the one with the motorcycle? Because I loved watching the bugs on YouTube for that one. I thought there was an impeccable amount of bugs in that game. Remember the Star Wars Outlaws, Rick? Good times. Yeah, no, falling through the floor. Legends Arceus is so good. Oh man, Scarlet Violet had the motorcycle. Okay, so if I was going to pick up a Pokemon game, then it should be Arceus, or should it be Pokemon Snap? Or should I just play Pokemon Snap on the N64 online? Because I missed that game. Yes, Arceus. Okay. I don't know if I'm gonna buy it. I'm sure it's like $60 still, right? Because it's Nintendo. And I'm not saying games should be cheap. I'm just saying that, like, it's hard for me to spend $60 on a first-party game if I'm not 100% certain that I'll enjoy it. And if they're putting out games like Scarlet Violet and still charging the same price as Arceus, it's hard to tell what's good and what's not, right? But yeah, Star Wars Outlaws was interesting. I feel like it ran better on consoles than PC, which is interesting. Usually it's the other way around, but we've been seeing this. I think Monster Hunter, whatever the new one is, had the same issue where the PC version wasn't running as well. You needed like a super beefy PC to even play the game, where it was optimized for consoles better, which is interesting. Snap is fantastic too, though. You can't go wrong with either, but they're different experiences for sure. I used to love photography before the smartphone thing happened. I used to do analog photography, like black and white, and I used to like go to a dark room and like develop my own photos and stuff like that. So I really got into photography, and then all of a sudden photography became selfies, and like I don't have any. All of a sudden, I still have a decent camera, but I hardly ever use it. And I never learned to take a good selfie. I don't think I got a $60 game since Elden Ring. Wow, yeah, I didn't get Elden Ring. I got Helldivers 2. That was a $40 game. That's pretty high for me. But yeah, I don't often buy $60 games. But I don't know. I think that it's good that $60 games exist as long as they're good. Because as an indie dev, I think that we need to not race to the bottom, which is what most people are doing. Most of it is like, how can we sell more games? Well, drop the price. What's a good price for indie game these days? I don't know, $5 on sale, $3.50, like, right? We'll do 99 cents after like the first year, and then we'll get some game sales. It's like, okay, but like at what costs, right? Because yeah, like that's just, it's not sustainable. Sorry, was distracted. What was the consensus on the new Star Wars game? I never played it. I only watched the Indie Maniac play it. He said a big suck on PC when it launched. I got it early and it ran like a dog turd. But also, Indy, you don't have a SSD, right? So I think that would make a difference. And also, if you have like a 4090, I think it would probably be okay. Or like a 50 series now, or whatever that's coming out. Aside from running like crud, I enjoyed watching people play it. I saw at least 2 streamers with it and thought it was a really neat game. I think a lot of people wanted to like it and like couldn't because the hardware requirements, which is the same thing I read about with the new Monster Hunter game. I personally throw money at Arceus. It renewed my love for the series. I'm looking forward to the new ones. Right on. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that Nintendo can't make good games. It's just I don't know. I bought Mario Kart 8 eventually, like what, 5 years after it came out, and that's not bad. I wish that there was more battle mode levels. I wish they did more with battle mode. I like the expansion pack, but where's the battle mode expansion? Like, come on, how hard would it be to make more battle mode levels? Oh, you do have an SSD, but it was nearly full. Well, that might make a difference. But also, I think the graphics card is going to make a huge difference too. And I have a shit graphics card, so I have a 1660 Ti, which was great back in 2019, but it's 2025 now, so it's about time for me to buy something new. Do you have any backup SATA ports, or are they all used? I have an external with my games and other nonsense. It's HDD though. Yeah, externals that are HDD are I don't know, they work, but they're not great for games. I don't think playing a game off external is a good idea. I got 8 recently too, but only got it for multiplayer with the fam. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with 8. It's funny to me though that like that's still Nintendo's best game, kind of ish, one of their best games. I also bought Smash Brothers, and I played the crap out of it for a while. But yeah, if I like bust out my Switch, where's it at? I could tell you what my most played games are. I could show you, but that would take a little bit longer. Oh, my battery's like dead. Well, never mind. Battery's dead. I better plug that shit in. Guess the battery life isn't very long on those things. I wasn't even playing it. I feel like I'm one of the only people who didn't like Mario Odyssey. I didn't like it either. I didn't own it. I was dating a girl who was really into it, and she let me play it for a bit, and I was like, you know what, I'll just watch you play. I wasn't really having a good time. Like, it wasn't like bad, it just, I don't know, I'd rather play fucking Mario Builder 64 for real, you know what I mean? Mario Builder 64 is so good, by the way. If you're into ROM hacks, fucking Mario Builder 64 is phenomenal. Find out and poke me on Discord. I will buy you a freaking SSD for storage. Externals are fine for storing things like video, old projects, but not for gaming. Yeah, you don't want to use externals for gaming. Yeah, also, you don't want to use it for video editing. You don't want to do it for game design. There's audio stuff. You know, anything that you're editing or working on, you want to have it on your internal SSD. But yeah, with games, I tend to just download it when I'm gonna play it. to like my download speed's pretty fast. On the Steam Deck, it's a little bit more of an issue. Gotta like download it the night before. But I recently figured out how to speed up the download speeds on my Steam Deck, which is nice, but it's still not as fast as it should be. I have way too many games, Rick. I believe you, but I mean, they're probably all on Steam, so you don't actually need them downloaded, right? I mean, unless they're DRM free, which is like a whole nother thing, but yeah, I just tend to download games as I play them. Because honestly, I only have 500 gigs on this laptop, and I use that shit. Like, I think if I clear out all the games, and if I get rid of Unreal and I get rid of like things that I'm not actually using, I can get like 50 to 70 gigs of free space. Yeah, 500 gigs is like nothing, sadly. Yeah, exactly. But I'm using like 406 or 430 of that like all the time. Speaking of ROM hacks and Pokemon, have you seen the Emerald Sea Glass? I don't think so. One of our friends, Emo Ace VT, was playing a ROM hack for one of the Pokemon games, but I'm not sure if it's what you're talking about. I don't think it was, actually. I'm gonna eat these gummy bears. I don't know why, but my hand just started reaching for gummy bears and was like, "You're gonna eat these gummy bears?" It's part of the problem with gummy bears. I need to like move them away from my desk. I'm laughing at how little I've done in like the last hour here. Which isn't a problem, I like chatting. My OS M2 drive is using just OS space. My second M2 is about 2/3 full with games and programs I use. I also have an internal 4TB SSD, nice, for video editing storage, as well as a backup 2TB for important projects that adds a redundancy layer. That's nice to have, as well as external 2TB, which I constantly back up with projects. Right on. Yeah, I only have this laptop and like this old Dell tower, which I got this Dell tower from Costco, which is a bad idea. Don't buy shit from Costco. Don't buy computers from Costco. You guys probably already know that. But my mom got it for me, and it was like $700, so it was like a decent price. But it was like already outdated, and it was already filled with the max that it could have. Like, I don't think there's a way to upgrade it any more than what it was already upgraded when I got it. And so it was already useless by the time I got it, basically, unfortunately. And I use it to run other monitors and browsers and just the internet. So it works for that. But yeah, this MSI with the 1660, it was cool back in 2019, but it's just a laptop, you know. I'm basically having to, anything that I finish, I dump it onto externals, and I have a whole bunch of externals. I've got a 4TB, a 2TB, a 500GB, a 100GB. I'm sure there's another one. I don't know. Yeah, I think there's a 2. Did I say a 2TB? Yeah. Yeah, I lose track of them. And I still feel like I need more storage, even though I have upwards of 3TB alone on my M2's free and over 4TB free on my SSD. Right on. Yeah, it sounds like you've got a tower, which which would be cool to have. I think the next system I get is going to be not a laptop, something that I can expand on. I mean, having a laptop is nice, don't get me wrong, but there's not much you can do with it. I don't think I can. I think I can put more RAM in this, but honestly, I think it's 16 gigs of RAM, which isn't like terrible. I mean, it's kind of low now, but it's not terrible. It's still, the RAM is still fine. You know what I mean? It's the graphics card that needs a new one, and I don't know if I can put a new graphics card in. I'd be better off just buying a new one. Let's see. Jane the Silent says, I'm trying to get a new laptop right now, but Microsoft is being a pain about taking my money. Oh, that's messed up. You'd think they'd be all about taking your money. I may have missed it. Why SSD over HDD for gaming? I usually mostly play indie games, as you know, so I thought it was okay for those games. So HDD is just old now. It's just, it's a spinny disc. There's nothing wrong with it if it plays the game. There is an ad starting here. But yeah, SSD is just, I don't know. After you go to SSD, it's hard to go back to HDD. But the thing is you don't want to use an external for games because it has to like load that data. And externals are just slower at loading data. They got to go through that cable. The USB 3.0 is better than USB 2.0 or whatever else you might have, but I mean, it's better than a CD-ROM, but I mean, no one would want to go back to a CD-ROM now. It's like waiting for a PlayStation to load a scratch CD. It really depends on how optimized the games are too. Absolutely. If they have to constantly read info versus load to RAM, you're screwing yourself with an HDD. Yep. It's better than a floppy disk too, right? Yeah, or a tape drive where you gotta get the volume just right. There's an ad in progress, so we're gonna take a little ad break here. Alright, we're back from the ad break. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Indie games tend to be hit or miss for optimization as well. I hate it here. It's true. But it's I think it's just hit or miss across the board, to be honest. I mean, don't get me wrong, if you're playing on a console, it's more likely to be optimized well. But yeah, if you're playing on PC, who knows? With PC, there's so many variables, right? So you can optimize it for one system and it'll run like shit on another system. Like sometimes AMD cards don't like a game, sometimes Nvidia cards don't like a game, and that's ridiculous, but that's the world we live in. I remember using load times to grab snacks back in the day, make some nachos or heat up some quesadillas. Dude, I had this game, Tomb Raider, right? The first Tomb Raider, and it loaded fine. And then the more I played it, the longer it would take to load. And then one day it just stopped loading. Like the loading bar would get like really close to the end after like an hour, and then it would just hang. And I think it was scratched. I was so mad. I think I wishlisted the remake because I never got to finish Tomb Raider. I was like really invested in it, and like it just got stuck on the loading screen. And I was like, if I just wait another hour, maybe it will load. I will say I understand if the game is still being worked on, so the optimization will be fixed eventually. That happens. That's a thing for sure. Fable 1 took forever to load back in the day on the OG Xbox. I vaguely remember it loading, but mostly I just remember getting stuck in the prison 3 times and coming out an old man. I was working on like a evil build, right? I was like killing everyone, and like I had like horns and red glowing eyes, and I looked so cool. I had like this big hammer, I think, for my weapon, I want to say, and or maybe it was like a battle axe or something. I don't know. It was a big, scary looking weapon, and I came out looking like freaking Santa Claus because I had this gray beard. And I was like super old. I was like, what the fuck? I was so upset. That's wild. I remember Morrowind had quite the load times. Yeah, Morrowind had load times for sure. But sometimes it would freeze, but if you waited an hour, it might start again. Yeah, honestly, someone left a copy of Morrowind at my house, and I think I tried to play it and was like, no, there's too much loading. And I think it's probably why they left it in the first place, is because it was probably scratched, and the scratching makes it take longer and hang and stuff. Fable was why I bought Xbox. Yeah, I think I got Xbox for Halo. Some of my buddies in high school had it, and I remember sneaking beers in this dude's parents' basement to play Halo. And I was like, why is this controller so big? Dual joysticks? What is going on here? Why is it in the wrong spot? But I got used to it. And then we were doing co-op Legendary. That was pretty much the only game we played. And then I rented Halo 2, and fucking lightning hit the house or some shit. There was a power surge, and it killed the Xbox with the game inside. And I had rented it, and they needed it back. So I had to rip open the Xbox to get it, and it was hard to do. I ended up taking off the plastic shell and getting the pliers out and like all of this shit just to get the disc out. And my brother was pissed because it was actually his Xbox. It's like, what do you want me to do? It was broken. It's like, we could have fixed it. The fucking power was surged. It probably just needed a new power adapter, but the video store wanted their late game back. Maybe it wasn't the best decision. You come out an old man from that prison, even if it's one time. Oh, really? I think you were in there at least a year, maybe, or so. It's weird. Your hair turns white. See, I got caught like 3 times, so I just assumed that was why. Oh no, lightning hit my apple tree, split in half. That sucks. Sucks for the apple tree. I wonder how the apples looked after. No, I probably wasn't able to produce fruit after that, huh? Yeah, I used to have a cherry tree in my backyard. That was dope. And if you beat the birds to it, then you could get some possibly wormy cherries out of it. But usually the birds beat us to it, and then it just stopped producing cherries because they don't produce them forever. No, it died. I'm sorry to hear that. Never had an apple tree. We had mulberry bushes, which kind of turned into trees because we just let them grow. That was actually really cool. There was a period where I was very broke, and I was able to live off the land in a way. I would go out and get my breakfast from the garden and from the mulberry bushes, and one of my friends had hunted a deer, and so he gave me like this leg. So I would just like butcher off a piece of meat, and I remember making tortillas out of flour and vegetable shortening, and I made deer tacos for dinner. I wasn't completely living off the land, but I didn't have a lot of money. Made it work. So Rick, I looked up, he is not aging fast. His vengeance just took more than 30 years. He was probably only 17 or 20 years old when he killed the Wasp Queen, but he was more than 50 years old turning the boss fight in the Guild of Heroes against Jack of Blades. I don't understand any of that, Indy. I imagine you're talking about Fable, but like, I don't remember any of that. I just remember getting stuck in some stupid prison and not being able to get out. And then being pissed at how I looked when I got out. That's kind of awesome. Oh, the living off the land thing. You're making me hungry now. You just gotta go out and grab the mulberries from the bush and check it for worms. Checking it for worms is important. Of course, I didn't have running water either. And my electricity hardly worked. I was like living in this dilapidated cottage. So in order, and it had a septic tank, and it had toilets. So in order to flush the toilet, I would get a bucket, a 5-gallon bucket from the lake, which was like, I don't know, 30 or 40 vertical feet, right? So I'd have to like go up these like multiple staircases. Oh, and the downstairs toilet didn't work because someone flushed like a pencil or something like that and clogged it. Yeah. We found out later when we took it apart that there was a pencil stuck in there. That's what was stopping it. But anyways, yeah, I had to take this 5-gallon bucket. It was like a kitty litter bucket. And I had to do it twice to flush the toilet once. But also I was living with a girl who was not going to get her own water. Oh my God, one time, because I was like ready to leave, right? And she was gonna move out with me, and we moved to Arizona, but we took like a vacation to like look for places, and we stopped in Albuquerque, and then we went to Arizona, and then we came back and we're like, yeah, we're gonna move to Arizona. When we came back, I had left like a bucket of water that never got flushed in the toilet, and there were leeches in the frickin' toilet, like baby leeches, not like full grown, but there were baby leeches that had grown in, because there's leech eggs, there's like leeches in the lake, but the fish eat them before they get big enough to like attach themselves to you. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah, she was unimpressed. She did not want to use that toilet ever again. She was a trooper though, I gotta say, because there was no running water and hardly any electricity, and it was weird. There was like, so at one point the house had this like ComEd came and put this like light post up, but the power was going through the light post, and then there was a tree that grew alongside the light post and squished the wire, and then the wind, because the tree got big, and the wind from the tree started like to fray the wire, and it was starting to char the tree. When I caught it, like the tree had been burned by this wire, and like yeah, it was a fire hazard, and I was like, well, why isn't the toaster oven working around that same time? And like only like you could get some light, but you couldn't power any big appliances. For some reason, around that same time, the heating element on the oven went. Yeah, the water stopped working. The pump didn't work either. We had like an electric pump for the well. That stopped working too. That place was just falling apart. That's less awesome. You mentioned the aging thing. The game was apparently over a longer period of time than it seemed, is basically what I found on that. Okay. So they screwed up, is what you're saying. We also had a toilet that you needed a bucket to flush at one point too. Yeah, the toilet. You know what? I had some muscle growth from that period, like my legs and my arms, from carrying this bucket up like fucking 3 flights of stairs. And a hill. Yeah, I got good at like balancing the water too. Yeah, at one point I got a second bucket because I was like, well, fuck it, I could just do 2 buckets at once. And then I was like, ugh. I think those experiences are nice in a way. You get to look back on them though. Yeah, I mean, people might think differently about you when you tell them, but you know, it's an experience. It makes you who you are. You were doing that Mulan train, pretty much. And I was stinky too. I was bathing in the lake. My neighbor, this property was really nice, right? But the house was really old. They got the lot for $6,000 back in the 60s, like the late 60s, and eventually everything developed around us, and all these rich people moved in because the taxes are really high, and the land value is really high. It's one of the cleanest lakes in Illinois, and so my direct neighbor, like to the side of me, was like super rich. They had a fucking in-ground pool and a lake and a hot tub and a waterfall, right? They had like one of those like cabanas, right, where like the roof extends over the yard. Right, so you can be outside even when it rains. Like yeah. They had a paved driveway. The driveways there were like a fifth of a mile long, and they had it all paved. And actually, my dad finally got rid of the gravel and paved that recently, and got a gate, which is good because that place kept getting broken into. But yeah, so these neighbors, they would like be like tending to their very expensive speedboats and shit that they had multiples of, and I'd be out there with a bar of soap with these long ass dreadlocks. Oh man, be like, don't mind me, just getting clean here. It was a clean lake. I mean, it wasn't that stinky. And honestly, the well water was stinkier than the lake water, because the well water was like egg water, right? Like sulfur water. But yeah, I loved it out there, to be honest. Like, it got a little fucked up at the end when I had to like make it work, but I liked it. Yeah, you know, it definitely helped me become the person that I am, you know? And also, like, I could be... Nice. You got the SNES one. The SNES, as they call it in Europe. It sounds like it had its moments. Oh, man. I was there for like 11 years. When I first moved in, it was freaking dope, man. Everything worked as it should. We had like satellite TV. We had dial-up internet. which was like pretty normal around that time. And then eventually we got satellite internet, but the satellite internet fucking sucked. It was like you'd be better off with dial-up in a lot of situations. But yeah, it was out in the woods, you know. Like, I mean, it had neighbors, but there was like these massive, because it was a quarry. The lake was a quarry that had a spring, and they filled it with the spring water, so that's why it was so clean. And so there was these massive shale hills between the houses, and what they did back in like the late 50s, early 60s was they used a plane to seed trees over the entire area. So they had this mix of like olive, cottonwood, and like I don't even know what else. Mostly olive and cottonwoods, because they grow quickly and they don't need a lot of soil. So they were able to grow on these shale hills. And so there was these huge cottonwood trees that eventually all started falling over. Oh, and there were some pines, some conifers and stuff like that. And olives, man, olive trees are freaking sharp. They have these huge fucking thorns. I remember I stepped on one. It went right through my fucking Converse Chuck Taylor and into my foot, and then snapped off inside my foot. I was like, ah! It was like stepping on a nail. Went right through my shoe, like it was nothing. But yeah, it was out there in the middle of nowhere. So like I would throw these massive parties. Like one time I had over 300 people at my house. And yeah, I did that quite a bit actually, because I was always in bands and stuff, and my place was like the jam pad. So these people they'd bring their drum set over. I'd have my amps. People would bring their amps. Eventually, I had my DJ shit. And I would just throw these big parties every weekend, all summer long. And people would just show up. There would be no invitation. There would be no like, hey, I'm having a party, come on over on the phone or anything. They would just show up. They'd have a keg. They'd have like a whole bunch of people with them. And eventually I had to put a stop to it because gangs started showing up from Joliet, which is like a 30-minute drive. Like people were driving from 30 minutes away to come crash my parties. That's how big they were. People were coming from the suburbs of Chicago as well. Yeah, they got pretty big. Well, yeah, at one point someone had made like this jungle juice, they called it. So it was like Everclear and like Kool-Aid and a bunch of like Bacardi 151, and it was just like the worst concoction of like high proof alcohols with like the worst mixer, which was like grape Kool-Aid, right? And they were giving it away for free, so everyone was drinking it. I mean, I was telling people not to drink. I was like, you know, there's Everclear in that shit, right? And they're like, what's that? I was like, it's fucking 200 proof is what that shit is. You know, it's like 99%. Yeah, you don't want to drink Everclear. One shot is enough to fuck you up. You don't want to drink any of that shit. And so yeah, before long, everyone got really violent out of nowhere. It's just like crazy violent. And this dude had like a police baton. I don't know why he brought a telescoping police baton to a freaking party, but he did. There was brass knuckles. People had knives and shit. Like, I was inside jamming. You know, I'm playing my bass in like a impromptu band. You know, just like random people coming up playing instruments. There was a lot of musicians there, so I was having a good old time. All of a sudden, this girl I know comes up. She's like, Rick, you gotta stop this fight outside. I was like, me? Stop a fight? Like, I'm like this skinny, scrawny dude, like just playing music. You know, what am I gonna do? So I just like ignored her. And then like 20 minutes later, someone else comes up and says, Rick, you gotta stop this fight outside. I'm like, another fight? And then like I ignored them also because like, again, what the heck am I gonna do? And then the third person comes up maybe like 5 minutes, 6 minutes later. I'm like, all right, I'll fucking take a look outside. I don't know what you want me to do. I look outside and there is this massive fight. It's taking over the entire yard. Everyone is punching and kicking anyone that's on the ground, like standing. It doesn't matter. Girls, guys, boyfriends, girlfriends, gang members, everyone is fighting, and it's just insane. Just insane. I walk out there, I like pull someone off of someone else, and they start fighting me, so I start fighting them back. I go to someone else and I pull them off, and the same thing happens. And at this point I'm just like kicking people because like, what are you doing fighting? You know, like, and I go back inside. I'm like, no, this is not for me. Like, what is wrong with these people? Something came over these people. It was like something out of a movie where everyone got mad or something. It was like X-Files episode or something. And I went to the roof. Not the roof, the balcony, because this place had indoor and outdoor balconies, right? Which is super cool, like awesome for shows, right? Because we would have outdoor shows and we'd have indoor shows, and like the balconies would be like the freaking backstage where all the cool people would hang. And so I go up there just to like get a better look at what's actually happening and try to yell at people from a distance where they can't fight me. You know what I mean? And because I had like this big floodlight, and I turned the floodlight on, and this dude is fucking filming it. This was like when YouTube was still like in its infancy. This was like fucking 2007 or something like that. And he's like, I'm like, dude, don't fucking show that to anyone. He's like, I tried to put it on YouTube, but it's too big. I was like, dude, do not put that shit on YouTube. I will go to jail. Like, cause it was that bad of a fight. Like, it was so bad. Sorry, a bit of a story time there. I actually stepped on a nail once as a kid, went right through my foot. Wow, that sounds terrible. I always like had like nightmares about that. I think my dad had that happen to him, and he like warned me like, don't step on old wood. I was always worried there was gonna be like a nail that would just like show up. Man, that sounds so fun. Yeah, the jamming was fun until it got out of control. You were an IRL brawler. No, man, I was a little scrawny dude trying to get people to stop fighting, and I ended up getting more violent than I wanted to be because these people were like fighting me back. It was crazy. There's a Pokemon in chat. Yeah. There was some good parties. There were some really good parties, actually. There was this one, this was like back in the MySpace days, right? I had this buddy who was in a band. He was like in a metal band, and I was like making art for his band and stuff. And yeah, this was like what, 2006, 2005, 6. And yeah, it was like a MySpace party. So there was like a flyer on MySpace, and the metal bands, they wanted a place to play. And I was like, okay, I don't know any of you except for like one person, but yeah, you know, as long as everyone's cool. I said no one can go inside the house. We'll jam outside until the cops come, and then everyone has to go, because the cops always come if you play past 10, right? Outside, neighbors call the cops. Well, like, the neighbor would call the cops right away, and then they'd wait. The cops would wait until the other neighbor called the cops to come, because the other neighbor was like called them so often, right? So yeah, everyone was super cool. They were all wearing like fucking black metal fucking makeup and like huge like platform boots, like super goth like mesh shirts, and like, you know, like shit you see at like a goth club, right? And it was super interesting. And yeah, It was actually a lot of fun. I heard goth outfits where, so it was this party that I threw, like this MySpace party. I was friends with this band that I was making art for. They were like a grindcore band or something like that, some type of hardcore band or something. And yeah, so all these people that I didn't know drove up from like, you're from the area. What was it? I'm trying to remember the name of the fucking town. Someplace not far from the city. Like near Brookfield, right? LaGrange. A lot of them were from LaGrange. Man, that makes me nostalgic for concerts we had at the skate park. Bunch of indie screamo bands and punks. It was amazing. Yeah, no, it was fun. It was a good party, you know, and no one got hurt. There was no violence. Well, this one dude's girlfriend did pour a beer into his Marshall half stack, and I was so glad that it wasn't mine, because mine was in the mix. Like, people were like, "Oh, you have an amp? Can we use your amp?" I was like, I don't know. And then they finally got me to let them use my Marshall, and like, I was just so glad that this girl didn't like confuse his Marshall for my Marshall, because that's like a $2,500 fucking piece of hardware, and this girl just poured beer on this guy's like while it was on. Like, that ain't gonna work. Isn't that like right near Downers Grove? Downers Grove is actually really close to Naperville. LaGrange is right next to Brookfield, which is, it's like right off the Brown line. Like, if you take the Brown line all the way south, they'll take you like damn near LaGrange. Like Oak Park, right? I think Oak Park is over there. Wait, I know Downers Grove. My mom is from there, or lived there for a while or something. I used to go to NA meetings in Downers Grove. And then we used to go to this diner called Downers Delight for coffee afterwards. Oh, Oak Park, I know. Yeah, I'm pretty sure LaGrange is near Oak Park. I could be a little bit off, but I'm pretty sure that they're near each other. Yeah. Oh, there's an ad break. We better take a BRB. All right, looks like we're back from the ad break. Thanks everyone again for hanging out. Appreciate that. Jane the Silent says, that sounds nice. Used to love going to Waffle House for hash browns, easy over eggs, and coffee after a night out. Yeah, I definitely did quite a bit of that. But when I was an adolescent, I I went to a adolescent rehab program for alcohol and Vicodin. I had accidentally overdosed when I was like a freshman in high school. Or actually, it was the summer between freshman and sophomore year. But anyways, I had to go to these NA meetings after that, and yeah, we would always hit up, because we were too young to buy cigarettes, so we would make friends with the people, and they'd buy us cigarettes. They'd be like, "Oh, as long as you're not drinking or using drugs, like, here, have some cigarettes and coffee." So yeah, we would just drink coffee all night and smoke cigarettes all night. And you know, we went to Denny's and Baker's Square, pretty much anywhere. But yeah, I definitely remember going to Downers Delight. That was a good meeting. I liked that one. Sometimes meetings were like hit or miss. It all depended on who was there, I think. But yeah, I didn't stay sober for too long. Eventually I started smoking weed again, and then I started drinking beer again. It took me a long time before I actually stopped drinking beer, and recently I actually stopped smoking weed. I don't know how long that'll last. I had like really bad nightmares from stopping smoking, so it kind of makes me not want to start again, to be honest, because like nightmares shouldn't be that bad. But yeah, after 20 years of smoking, apparently you get nightmares when you stop. I stopped drinking much after blacking out once. I woke up, had a moment of clarity, saw people around me twice my age completely wasted and miserable, and I decided I didn't want to do it. Yeah, that's wise. It took me a little bit longer. You know, I had some rock bottom moments. I got arrested for a DUI. Broke up with a girl that I shouldn't have broken up with. I mean, she was it probably wasn't gonna work out, but she was like really nice, so I probably shouldn't have broken up with her, and I definitely shouldn't have done it in the way that I did, because I was just like super drunk and kind of made an ass out of myself completely. I definitely regret that. But eventually I got drugged on 2 different occasions, and the second time I got drugged, I was like, you know what, this ain't worth it, because I had already like stopped like compulsively drinking, or like drinking like addictively, right? I was already done with that. I was just drinking socially at that point. But after the second time getting drugged, I was like, you know what, fuck that, because they not only did they drug me, but they beat the shit out of me. So like, I was like, this this ain't for me. I have a tendency to get targeted by shit like that. I feel like it's my personality or something. I don't know. I had dreadlocks, and the second time, I don't think I did have dreadlocks. No, I didn't. But the first time I had dreadlocks, and I think that might have had something to do with it. The second time, it was like a work-related incident. This guy was pissed, and I didn't know that he was pissed at me from something that, like, because I kind of took his job. I didn't like take his pay, but like, I took his position. We both still made the same amount of money. He had a cushier position where he could like hide behind like a wall, and there was no camera pointed at him, so he could kind of just fuck off all day. And so I think he was mad that I took his job because he couldn't fuck off all day. And I didn't know that was the case. But yeah. It helped that a girl I really liked told me she really liked me when I was nice. That really shook me too. I really did a 180. Yeah, that's good. You know, that girl that I broke up with, I told her, I was like, you know, I'm gonna stop drinking, and I did. I stopped drinking for months, and she actually got me to start drinking again, which made me feel a little bit better. But also, like, I should have just not started again. Like, I was glad that she like forgave me, but like it wasn't good for me, you know. That's wild. It's not like you were trying to do anything to him, you just got the job. Yeah, it was this weird situation, man. The guy was like kind of a jerk, right? And he had the job before I started there, and it was like a picture framing studio, and I was doing like matte cutting mostly, and he was running the laser. But the laser uses like vector art, and we had to like do designs, like design logos and shit like that. And he would like take all day for one design, like literally spend 8 hours trying to figure out how to do something and still not get it done. And his excuses would be like, oh, but it's really hard to do, you know. And I'm like, no, it's not. I went to fucking school for this shit. Like, it's not hard to do. And you know, we didn't like fight or bicker over it, but it was like I was trying to explain to him like, hey, this is how you could do it faster, you know, instead of like trying to live trace this, because we had to do like a BB-8 cutout. It was like, instead of doing like a live trace of BB-8 and then spending all day cleaning it up, just, I mean, the thing is a circle, just use a circle, right? And he didn't understand that you could just like use shapes and make a compound object, and that would be like your cutout. He thought it had to be like a live trace every single time, and live tracing needs cleanup. So, and he was really slow with the cleanup stuff. He didn't use any keyboard shortcuts or anything like that. Well, one day I had to give this Trotec guy, because we had two lasers, we had Epilogue and a Trotec, and the Trotec was new and needed like someone who knew what they were doing on it to fix it, because it was like we got it from China, we didn't know anything about it. And so this Trotec guy actually flew in. We had to fly this tech in to fix it for us, and I had to pick him up from the airport on my way to work. So I had to like wake up early, head to the airport, and this guy's like, and it was like a, you know, from Phoenix to Scottsdale, it was like 30-minute drive in traffic and stuff, 40-minute drive in traffic. So we're chatting the whole way, you know, and he's talking to me, oh, you went to school for 3D animation and stuff, and I was like, oh yeah, you know. And he's like, did you do any like vector art and stuff? I was like, oh yeah, I did tons of it, vector, raster, the whole bit. He's like, but you know, like, so he just assumed that I was running the laser. But I was like, oh no, I'm running the matte cutters. He's like, well, why aren't you running the laser? I was like, that's a good question, you know. The job was already filled when I started. He's like, but so the guy who's running the laser, does he know how to do that stuff? I was like, not really. He takes all day and shit like that. So I kind of told him what was going on, and he, you know, told me like, well, you should be running the laser. And that dude that was running the laser was like not there that day, so I was running the laser in that situation, and I was the one that was getting the training from this tech. And by the end of the day, the manager, who was like not doing his job like ever, he would just like rely on me to do his fucking job. Oh, I could be hitting the wrong button. He was like, so what did the tech say? You know, we flew out this tech, what did he say? I gotta tell my boss something, basically. And I was like, well, honestly, the tech said that I should be running the laser and not this other dude, because I went to school and did vector art at school, and like you know. And he's like, really? He said that? I was like, yeah, because he did. That's what he said to me. And so the next day he was like, all right, we're gonna switch you guys. And that was that. And yeah, I did a better job running the laser, both lasers, and I did a lot of shit that the other dude wasn't able to do. Did a lot faster. Took on more work, had more output, the whole bit. They kept giving me raises, and yeah, I guess the dude wasn't happy about working the matte cutter. Didn't like me for taking his job, so he was having a New Year's Eve party. He invited me to it, and normally I would have been like, nah, I don't even like this guy. But I was like, you know what? maybe he's not so bad. Maybe I'll give him a break. You know, he's asking me to go to this party. And, you know, he's like, oh, yeah, you know, bring your girlfriend. I was like, oh, you know, we actually broke up because that girl I was seeing, we had just split. But, you know, we were still friends. And so, like, I was thinking about asking her anyway. I did ask her to come anyways. And she's like, you know what? I don't think I want to go. I was like, yeah, I don't really want to go either. And she's like, no, you should go. I was like, you think so? I was like, she's like, yeah, it makes some friends and blah, blah, blah. I was like, you know what? All right, I'll go. And yeah, turns out they were not trying to be my friend. They drugged me and then beat the shit out of me. I don't remember what the hell happened, because that's what happens when you get drugged. It sucked. Then they went through my phone. They called up my boss and his boss and like the assistant manager and told them all that I was like on drugs or something like that. Said that I was acting crazy. And they didn't know how to help or something. They didn't know what to do. And then they called my ex and asked her to come get me. And they lied to her and said that like I started a fight and that like that I was acting like an alien is what they said. I jumped up on the table and was yelling things. Like, I don't believe any of that. I don't know what the hell happened, but I don't think I was acting like an alien. Even if I was on drugs, I don't think that would be the case, but yeah. So the situation just got worse and worse because she didn't know I was drugged, and I was like unaware. I was completely blacked out. I don't even know, like, that ride home. I have no idea. I have no recollection of that whatsoever. But yeah, she ended up not taking me to my house. She took me to her place. You know, because we were still friends and we had just been dating for like, you know, a few months at least. Like 6 or 8 months or something. And yeah, so like I don't really know what happened, but when I came to, she was like screaming at me because apparently I was like trying to get into bed, and she had like this small like twin bed that, you know, I don't get me wrong, the whole time that we were dating, she insisted that I spent the night at her place every night, even though I had to drive like an extra 30 minutes to work or whatever. So what I think happened was that I was like only used to sleeping in her bed and not on the love seat, because it wasn't even a couch, it was a love seat, right? So I think I was just uncomfortable and didn't understand why she didn't want me in her bed, because I was fucked up. And she probably thought that since we had just been dating that I was trying to like get with her or something like that. But the reality is that I was too fucked up to do anything like that. So I don't think that was the case. Either way, she didn't want me in the bed, and I kept trying to get in the bed apparently, which is like not something that I would normally do, obviously. But yeah. So once I like came to, I was like, oh shit, this girl's really mad at me. I need to leave. But my brain wasn't quite working yet. Like my vision had kicked on, and I was like, what am I getting yelled at for? I literally thought that I was a ghost and that I had died because my face hurt like really bad. And I felt like I had been hit by a bus, you know? And she was like just screaming like way loud. I'd never seen her scream before. I'd never seen her mad before. And like, I thought she was terrified because I was a ghost. That's how fucked up I was. And so I was like, okay, and I'm gonna leave. And then I was like, once I got into the hallway and she like slammed the door and locked it, I was like, I don't know where the fuck I am. I don't know how to get fucking home. I don't even have a fucking car. Like, where the fuck am I? So I'm like knocking on the door, like not like knock, 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 knock. I was like politely knocking, like, hey, could you like take me home? Or like, hey, tell me what's going on. Like, I have no idea what's going on. After like a minute of that, the cops were walking down the hallway, and at that point it kind of clicked, like, I think these cops are here for me. So I like started walking towards the cops, and I was like, hey, do you guys know what's going on? Because I don't. And they're like, it's time for you to go. I was like, all right. And they like escorted me out. They didn't even like put their hands on me or anything. I just walked out with them. I walked all the way to their car, and they're like getting in their car ready to leave. I'm like, hey, are you guys gonna give me a ride home? They're like, we don't do that. Call a cab. I was like, I don't even know where I am. Like, but I kind of did, right? Because I was like at my ex's place, and it was all starting to come back to me. And like, so I couldn't figure out how to use my phone though. So I like just started walking, and like in the direction that I was supposed to, but I was like, I don't know, like 20 miles away from home, so I was never gonna get there on foot. And so yeah, eventually, about like maybe a mile down the road, I like was like, I'm gonna give this phone thing another shot. And I figured out how to get a lift, but I like forgot how it worked. So like I just kept walking after I called the lift, and eventually they tracked me down and were like, hey, did you call a lift? I was like, yeah, I did. They're like, what are you doing walking? I was like, I don't know. Like, well, do you still want a lift? I was like, yeah. And he was mad at first until he realized that I was like covered in blood. And then I think he was just like, I don't think he wanted me to bleed in his car kind of thing, you know? And I was like, yeah, I made it home. I took a picture of myself once I saw myself in the mirror and saw how bad it was. Cause like I still have scars on my face from it, you know, and I had chipped teeth, you know, there's blood all over my face. I took a picture of myself, and I sent it to the guy whose house I was at, because I imagined that it had something to do with him, like, and I was like, whatever I did, it couldn't have been worth this. And I don't remember his response, but I was ready for bed at that point. And I just like slept until I felt a little bit better. I woke up and I was like, man, I don't know what the fuck happened. I don't know where the fuck my car is. Like, what the fuck is going on with me? I didn't know what to do. I ended up calling that girl that I had initially moved down to Phoenix with and asked her for help. And luckily she was like, yeah, I'll give you a hand. Probably because I paid her rent for like a freaking year. But yeah, she gave me a ride back to my car, and I called my more recent ex and apologized to her. It took a while to get her to actually like realize that I was like fucked up. I was drugged. Like she didn't want to believe me at first. Like she didn't know. She wanted to believe whatever those people told her. And I don't know. Never talked to her after that, unfortunately. We were good friends, and like that just completely ended the friendship. We're still in a Discord together, but it's like a Tucson Discord, and I'm not even in Phoenix anymore, so I don't spend time in there. But yeah, you said sorry that happened about 10 minutes ago. Sorry I didn't read that sooner, but yeah, I appreciate that. It sucked. You had an ex drug you once, but fortunately for them, I always shared my locations, always answered my phone, so when I didn't, my bro rushed over and pulled me out of there. I remember her going into a full rage as I left. Wow, that's crazy. Why did she drug you? I mean, I don't mean to pry, but that sounds nuts. You don't know. Yeah, that's fucked up. Yeah, the first time I got drugged wasn't nearly as nefarious, but was just as scary. I was at this like after party. I used to go to these shows. I used to go to a lot of concerts. But she like took advantage of some under the influence at a later date. So, oh wow. Of someone under the influence. Yeah, that sucks, man. People like that are fucked. But yeah, the first time I got drugged, I was at this after party, and I had a few beers at the concert, but they were expensive, so I didn't have like a whole bunch. And yeah, some awful people out there. No, for real, there's some real fucking evil people out there. And so yeah, this girl that I was friends with was dating, or I guess seeing. They weren't really dating. They were like fooling around. She was fooling around with the guy who owned the house that the after party was at. So she's like, "Hey Rick, I'm going to this party. Do you want to come with me?" We were pretty good friends. She was part of this friends group that I was in. We hung out pretty much every day while I was living in Bloomington, and Bloomington's a college town, and so is Tempe, where that other party was. I don't trust college towns anymore. But yeah, so I was like, all right, you know, I'll go to this party with you, and she got us a ride to this party, and she kind of just vanished to hang out with the guy. I think they were boinking in his room or whatever, and so the party just kind of like raged on without the owner really being there. And you know, I knew other people at the party, but no one really close. There was this girl that I like had kind of flirted with at a different party before, so like I was talking to her, and yeah, there was no alcohol because this dude who owned the place had like a bar in his garage, but he had a strict rule of not letting anyone drink except for a few girls, right? And it was a well-known rule that he wasn't just gonna let people drink. And sure enough, this dude was like, handed me a cup, and he said, "Drink it, you'll like it." And at that point, I was sobering up. I was like really kind of sober at that point. I was just like, it was like daylight, right? It was already daylight the next day, and the party was still going because it was college town, you know. But he's like, "Drink this, you'll like it." It was this dude that I kind of knew. His name was Carl. He had this big fro, and you know, like I don't know if he had a perm or what. He was this freckly white dude with a fro, and so I was like, all right, whatever. It was just a small cup of it looked like rum and coke. I used to drink a lot of rum and coke back then, so I slammed it down, and it tasted funny. I remember it fucking tasting funny, and within minutes, I couldn't speak correctly. It was, you know, it was roofhypnol or whatever they call it, roofie, and it hit me so hard that I like couldn't remember. You're imagining Carl from Aqua Teen Hunger Force now. Not quite, but yeah, I get that. Yeah, I don't want to get on another tangent, but I had this neighbor that we called Carl, whose name wasn't Carl. You could imagine what that was like. But yeah, anyways, so I'm still chatting it up with this girl that I'd, you know, had a thing for or whatever, that I had flirted with before, and you know, we had like, you know, we knew each other a little bit. Like she wasn't like against, we were kind of flirting back and forth, you know. She was with it, you know, she was cool. And she wanted to play this dice game with me, but I could not understand what she was saying, and I couldn't read the dice. And I tried to tell her, I was like, I really want to play this game with you, but I think something's wrong. I can't even read the dice. And she didn't like pick up on the fact that I'd been drugged. She just thought that I was really drunk, which is weird because I wasn't just a few minutes ago. But you know, she didn't think anything was wrong. And before long, I was like falling over and not able to speak. And yeah, they were trying to thin the herd is what they were trying to do. They didn't want me flirting with this chick. They wanted to flirt with themselves. And so they go and tell the owner of the house that I'm too drunk to be there. And so the owner is like, Rick, you gotta go. You're too drunk to be here. I was like, I haven't had anything to drink. I had one drink that Carl gave me, and there's no way that I've been drunk. I'm drunk. I was having trouble explaining myself though. And then before long, he's like getting ready to fight me. The owner of the house is trying to fight me over this, and I'm like, no, man, I'm not trying to fight you. Like, I don't even know what's going on. He's like, you need to go. I was like, I can't even see my phone. I can't even read my phone. How am I supposed to call the cops or call a cab? Like, I don't even know what's going on, you know? And I'm having trouble explaining this, and he's still trying to fight me. And I'm like, you're like this huge dude. I'm not trying to fight you, man. Like, I get that you're upset because you're probably having sex, but I couldn't even explain this shit, you know? It was like everything was coming out wrong, and I just looked sad. Yeah, and eventually he decided that he wasn't going to fight me and that he was going to let me lay on the hammock. So I go and lay on the hammock, and everything was fine on the hammock for a while until this other dude, who I knew from other parties and stuff. Like, he had partied at my place just recently before that, and like I knew him, you know. He just like wanders over to me, and like I'm at the corner of the yard now, like all by myself, and he just like, oh, there's an ad. We'll take a break. I won't forget this part of the story. All right, looks like we're back from the ad break. I didn't realize that M Young was in the YouTube chat saying some weird shit. Do Jacques cleaning Legoshi? Legoshi is a gray wolf. Jock is a cleaner shrimp from Finding Nemo. Shrimp uses whiskers to clean. Very, very strange chat going on there. I don't know when that was written, to be honest. Are there timestamps on YouTube chat? I need to pay more attention to YouTube chat. Oh, that was only a few minutes ago. Well, that makes me feel a little bit better. Well, welcome in, M. Young. I hope the next thing you say isn't too weird, because that would be weird. But yeah, to finish my story, right? So that guy was like approaching me on the hammock. Well, I knew this guy from a party that I had before. He was one of my good friends from college. I went to school in Chicago, right? One of my good friends in college actually moved down to Bloomington around the same time that I was living in Bloomington, and we had the same friends group. It was weird. We were, he showed up at my party, and we had been partying like the night, or like around like a week prior to that. I saw him at another party. I was like, "Oh, dude, Alex, what's going on?" And it was cool and whatnot. But he grabbed my ass, and I was like, "Whoa, dude!" Like, first of all, I didn't know you were gay, and like, second of all, like, not really interested in that. Like, we're friends. What's up? But then, yeah, so at my party, that dude who grabbed my ass was making out with this other dude who was approaching me on the hammock, right? So that's how I knew this dude, because him and my friend were making out on my bed at my party, and I was like, whatever, guys, like, have fun, whatever, and so, yeah, I was a little bit concerned, but I was like still really out of it because I had been drugged, and luckily the guy didn't like do anything to me. But what he did do was he started pushing me on the hammock, and he was like laughing about it. He was having a good old time pushing me on the hammock until he started pushing me so hard that I just fell off and plonk, like right onto the floor, right? And then and so like the same thing happened. Some people were like, is that guy alive? Like, they're like, dude, you can't look dead. Cops are gonna look over the fence, think that you're dead. You can't look dead. You can't be here. You're too drunk to be here. Call a cab, call a cab. And the same thing, I couldn't fucking figure out how to do it, right? Well, eventually, I ended up at my house. And I'm still not exactly sure what happened. But I think what happened is the dude who owned the house eventually gave me a ride once the party ended, gave me a ride to my house. But I think he dropped me off at the wrong house. He dropped me off where my car was, because like I said, that girl that I was hanging out with, she was part of this friends group who was renting like most of this like for rental house. It was in the historic district of Bloomington, so it was like this big old house that they split into like 4 different homes. It was like, it used to be like a mansion back in the day, but they split it up into 4 different homes. And so I was friends with the people in the basement. I was friends with the people on the upper level, and then I was living in the attic. So and then there was a person in the middle that wasn't part of the friends group. But anyways, I ended up back at my car, and somehow I got my car back to the house that I was actually living at, because I woke up and I was like leaning against the wall, like in bed, but like sitting against the wall, like not laying down. And I was like, man, how the hell did I get home? And I looked outside, and sure enough, my car was parked outside. I was like, what the fuck happened? But yeah, that was the first time I got drugged. And I didn't like, it didn't stop me from drinking. Glad you made it home at least somehow. Yeah, I can't believe I didn't get fucking arrested for a DUI or accidentally kill someone on the way home, because, yeah, like I was in no condition to drive, that's for sure. But I don't think that he gave me a ride home. And I actually confronted the guy whose house it was later, and he was like baffled that I was even upset, because he didn't understand. First of all, he didn't believe that I was drugged, and second of all, he like was just completely baffled. Like, he just like, what? And I was like, yeah, no, I got drugged at your place. Fucking Carl gave, you know Carl, I said, he fucking gave me something from behind your bar, and it had roofie in it, and I was fucked up, and then you tried to fight me over it. He's like, I don't even remember that. I was like, well, it fucking happened, and you almost kicked my ass, and I still don't know how I got home. Like, yeah. What the hell, yeah. It was nuts. Wallace is still hanging out, damn. Yeah, sorry about the story time. Shit got nuts. College towns, man, I'm telling you. Watch out for college towns. They get some weird people in there. Yeah, because this dude whose house it was, he literally had a bar in his garage so that way he could, like, you know, get people drunk in his garage, like, and he only gave alcohol to women. It was kind of a weird setup. I don't know why everyone wanted to party at his house, but they did. He was a townie, they called him, right? He wasn't in college anymore. He was well out of college. He was like probably like late 30s, mid 30s at the time. I'm sure he was like probably 10 years older than I am, so he's probably closer to 50 now. But it didn't stop him from partying with the young kids. That's how it works at bars. Free drinks for women, which then bring in the dudes to come, because they're all there. Yeah, but this dude wasn't selling liquor. He was hoarding liquor, not letting the guys drink, only getting their girlfriends drunk. Saw a lot of that here too. Yeah, that definitely happens. Yeah, it was like a power trip for this guy. You come to my house and you didn't bring your own booze? Well, your girlfriend can drink, but you can't. But yeah, when I confronted him, I was actually selling art at a music festival, and I had like a booth, and he like came up to my booth and like wanted to like look at my art, and I was like, dude, I don't even want you near me because I'm like fucking pissed at you still from like what happened last year. And he's like, I don't even know what you're talking about. Dude sounds sus. Date rape sus. Oh wow, yeah. Total sus. But yeah, the girl who brought me to the party was like all about it. I don't know. He doesn't even remember you. Yeah, he didn't even remember me. He just like walked up to my booth like looking at my art, and I was like, dude, you fucked up my life. You gotta take better care of your parties, you know? Like, what the hell? You tried to fight me because someone at your party drugged me. I was pretty upset. But also, I was like asked to like sell art at that party, so I felt a little bit more confident, like I had the power, you know? He had to pay for a ticket to get into that festival. I was asked to be there, you know? I sold a lot of art at that festival too. It was like crazy. I used to sell these like 1 inch by 1 inch and like 2 inch by 1 inch paintings, and like they were pretty cool, but I sold them for like 20 bucks a pop, and they sold. It was always the same thing. Girl would come up, oh my god, these are awesome. Her boyfriend would be like, which one do you want? She'd point, how much is it? $20. The boyfriend would give me this look like $20. I'd be like, $20. He'd cough up the money every time. That's good. People like art enough there. Yeah, it was like a local music festival just outside of Bloomington. Like this rich kid his family owned like some property outside of Bloomington, and he was a cool dude. He was an artist also. I think that was part of it. I'm trying to remember the name of Lunar Landing was the name of the festival. It was interesting. It was a good time though. I had a lot of fun. Yeah, usually when I sold art, I had to buy a ticket, but they were like interested in getting artists there. That's happened to me a couple times where they actually asked me to be at a festival. Another one was Homegrown in what the hell is the name of that town? I don't know. It was near Naperville. I can't remember the name of the town. Maybe it was Lyle. But that was a cool festival too. But I went to high school with the dude who was throwing it and organizing it. So he was like, "Oh, you're an artist? Yeah, you should come sell art." Of course, he's like, "Yeah, come sell art." And then he's like, when I got there, he's like, "All right, so we're gonna do this whole thing where like we have this huge canvas, and we're gonna let anyone who wants come up and paint on it, and you're gonna be in charge of making sure that nothing goes wrong." I was like, thought you wanted me to sell art. He's like, "We do, you can sell art, but you gotta watch this thing. There's gonna be all this paint everywhere. You gotta make sure people don't make a mess. You gotta make sure that nothing goes terribly wrong." And I actually did a great job, and it was fun. A lot of like little kids came up and painted on it. A lot of adults that were drunk tried to paint for the first time ever, and it was a lot of fun. It was a little bit of work, but it was fun. Yeah, I got pictures of the mural when it was done, cause like at first it was just blank, and then I was like, all right, well, no one's gonna start on a blank canvas, cause that's nerve-wracking for me even, you know. So I wrote Homegrown, which was the name of the festival, like really big and like, you know, semi graffiti letters, semi what the logo looked like, and that I think that was enough to get people like started. And I had some spray paint that you know, I let people use if they were adults and not too drunk. I didn't just leave it out though, because that's asking for trouble. But yeah, that festival was actually sponsored by Blick, which is like a big art store. So like they gave all of these like free art materials, and that's what they got to use to paint with. So I didn't have to give up my materials for that, which was good. But I also sold some paintings there too. I remember that I had this canvas. It was like, I don't know. It was about 18 by 24. I don't know exactly what it was. But it was very abstract. I think I painted it at a different festival, and yeah, I brought it to this other festival, and I had it set up on an easel. So maybe it looked like I was painting it, but I had already finished it. And like right when the festival started, this woman came up to me and was like, "How much do you want for it?" I was like, "What do you mean?" She's like, "For that painting, how much do you want for it?" I was like, $40. Sold. I was like, damn, I should have asked for more. And then she told me she's like a designer for interiors. She does interior design, and she's like, this is gonna be perfect for this design that I'm trying to sell to this new home or something like that. So some new homeowner got my painting. I took a picture of it. I think I actually took pictures like while I was painting it, so that way I could do like a GIF of like almost like stop motion of it being painted. But I don't think I ever put it together. I think I just have all the pictures somewhere. But yeah, I probably should have asked for more than 40 for it. I was selling that same festival. I sold a piece of jewelry that was like just bit bigger than a dime for $90. So I probably could have sold it for more than 40. Yeah, as the story goes, that that piece that I sold for $90, this woman was like, how much do you want for it? And I was like, $90. She's like, well, that's not gonna sell for $90. How much do you really want for it? I was like, $90. That's what I'm selling it for. She's like, well, can I haggle with you? I was like, no, it's worth $90. Like, what do you want from me? Like, that's literally how much it's gonna sell for. Like, you noticed it, you're asking me about it, it's that good that it's worth $90. And she's like, you're not gonna be able to sell it for 90. And she walked away. Sure enough, someone else bought it for $90. Yeah, I sold a lot of jewelry at that festival in Naperville. I sold a lot everywhere. I was really good at selling the jewelry stuff. I was doing these like wire wrapped semi-precious stones. Every time I made a ring, it sold. It didn't even matter what size it was. I didn't get to keep any rings. I still have some pendants and stuff, but the rings always just like vanished. Even the very first ring I made, one of my friends was like, I want it. I don't care how much, I want it. Artists can charge what they want, whether or not it sells. That's what it's worth to the artist. Don't judge pricing. If you can't afford it, don't judge and just walk away. Pretty much, haggling with an artist is a little rough. Like, I get it if it's like something that's mass produced, but if it's like one of a kind, like, yeah, you're gonna have trouble haggling with you. I mean, there's no rule against haggling with an artist, but it's not gonna work usually. Like, unless the artist is like really hurting for cash, you know, which happens. You can easily judge that too. Like, there was this other booth next to me, and I felt so bad because they weren't able to sell anything. They were there the whole day and they couldn't sell anything. Actually, that happened to 2 different artists that I made friends with. So you know what I did? I bought a whole bunch of their stuff with the money that I earned. And I still have it, actually. Because I did so well. Y'all ever heard of Sandeep? I don't know that. What's more, if you like an artist's work and you buy multiple things, there's a chance the artist will either do a bulk deal for you or give you extras. Absolutely, 100%. And that, I think that actually happened to me when I was buying from that other artist that didn't sell anything, because they were, like I said, they were really down that they weren't able to sell anything, and I felt really bad. And they're like, and I didn't go in like, oh, you didn't sell anything, oh, well, okay, I'll buy something. It wasn't like that. I walked up like I was interested. I was like, because I was, you know. It was actually really interesting. They had like, it was this guy who did who did paintings, but he had made prints of all of his paintings, and he wasn't selling any of the actual paintings. I think he wanted to keep them, and so he didn't actually have the paintings there. He just had a bunch of prints. And they were pretty good. Some of them were like blown up sketches, and other ones were like paintings that were like scaled down, so that way it was cheaper to print. And they weren't bad quality. I mean, some of the blown up sketches weren't the greatest quality, but they weren't bad quality prints. And his girlfriend or his wife, she was like dressed in like a magician's costume. She had like a weird top hat on and like striped leggings, and she looked like she would be fun to hang out with for sure. And yeah, I just felt so bad that like no one was buying anything from them. So I got a couple prints, and then they gave me some extras. It was like I was just going through, and I was like, oh, I like this one. This one's really cool. Oh, I think I'm gonna buy this one. This one's really great. And then, oh, I want to buy this one too, and this one's only $5. I'm totally gonna buy this one. And then he's like, oh, but you said you like these other ones too, so I'm gonna throw those in there. I was like, well, thank you. You know. Artist does hand turkey and abstract stuff. I don't know what hand turkey, like you put your hand down and you trace it, and then you draw like you draw the feathers and the beak on your thumb. Is that what you mean by hand turkey? And abstract stuff is pretty cool. It's a lot of charm. I have 4 copies of hand-painted RWBY artwork of the main cast. The guy also saw my RWBY. I don't know what RWBY is. To tattoo on my arm, and not only gave me bulk deal, but gave me another piece he had on display that wasn't even for sale. Wow, that's really cool. I liked his Spirit series too, or his Spirit series though. Dude was cool as fuck. That was cool of you and them. Yeah. What's RWBY? Should I know this? I should probably know this, huh? Oh. An animated series. Yeah, I've never seen this. Never heard of it. Pronounced Ruby is an American animated web series created by Monty Oum for Rooster Teeth. It's set in the fictional world of Remnant. Interesting. I don't know anything about that. It's an anime. It's an American anime. It's American made anime. There it is. Made by late Monty Oum. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right. Who worked for Rooster Teeth, Red vs. Blue, etc. I know Red vs. Blue. That's too bad that he died. Best way to describe it: kill bad things, and everything is also a gun. Right on. Sounds interesting. I'll add it to my list. Got quite the list going. If I can find it. Not everything on my list I know is good, but it's getting big. RWBY. Sometimes I just see something on, like, a lot of times I see stuff on Facebook. I don't really like post on Facebook, but every once in a while I'll scroll through it, and there's like an anime group that I see stuff from. So Dragon's Heaven from 1998, I wrote that down. It looked cool apparently. Spy Family, someone told me, I think it was Indy told me to watch that. Mighty Space Miners from 1994, that looked interesting enough. I left my A rank party to help my former students reach the dungeon depths. I forget who told me to watch that, but that's on the list. Monty Oum was legendary. He made Ruby the right way. That makes me think of that Marshall King manga I started reading. Lots of guns. Spy Family is really good. Spy Family is so wholesome. Yeah, I need to watch Spy Family. I think it was Indy that told me to watch that. And then I put Kite down, but then I realized that it's like not wholesome. Like, don't watch Kite unless you're like ready for some explicit rape shit, because it was fucking bad. Like the anime was good and the art was good, but like the rape scenes like were fucking terrible. Rune Explorers, I'm not sure what that is, but it's from 1995. Mashal, comedy action, I wrote next to it. Record of Lotus War from 1990. Fantasy, I wrote next to it. The Vision of Escaflowne, 1996, looks good. Revolutionary Grill Utena, free on YouTube. Someone must have told me about that. RE0. And then some of these I don't know if they're good, but I wrote them down. Remake Our Life, 16-bit Sensation, Another Layer, and New Game. I remember I wrote those down thinking, or looking up game dev or video game anime. Ghost in the Shell, I think people know that one. Steins Gate, I actually watched Steins Gate, I liked it. Nadia, The Secret of Blue Water, I watched a few episodes of that. That was interesting. The Way of the House Husband, I think these are ones that Kixie told me about. I watched some of that. I didn't finish it. Puella Magi Madoka Magica, I watched that. That was actually way better than I thought it was gonna be. I was reluctant to watch it, but it was actually really, really good. Kixie told me about that one. JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, obviously really good. Durarara, I can't pronounce that. That one was good. I liked it. I never finished it though. I need to finish it. Demon Slayer, I don't think I tried that. Mob Psycho 100, it was good. I never finished it. Neon Genesis Evangelion, I did not try. Oron Host Club, I didn't try that either. Oh, Spy X Family, isn't that the one that I already mentioned? Spy Family. That was already on my list. I think Kixie had told me about that. Yeah, Chainsaw Man, Carol and Tuesday. I did see Carol and Tuesday. That was interesting. I like that one. It was wholesome. But yeah, it was good. Dirty Pair Project Eden from 1986. I'm not sure what that is, but from 1986, it's probably pretty good. Cyber City Oedo 808. That's from 1990. Dr. Stone 86 and Plastic Memories. That's my entire anime to watch list. Anything that you guys think I should add, now's the time. Let's see, what did I miss here? Ruby has its ups and downs. There's a lot of world building, but it's super good. The Apothecary Diaries is a must. I'll add that to my list. I like anything Apothecary. Well, I don't know. One time I went to this bar in Phoenix that was themed after an apothecary. It was really cool. There's an ad starting soon, so I'll take a break when that pops up. Spy Family is an overdose of cute, oh my god. Kite was a part of the fucked up anime discussion. Yeah. Kite was fucked up. Like it had parts that were good, but I would say don't watch the unrated version unless you're like ready for unrated crazy shit, cuz it was fucking crazy. Ranking of Kings is also amazing. I'll check it out. Bakuman is a good anime about making manga, and it's a love story. Right on. I'm always down for a good love story. Looks like that ad has started, so we'll take a little ad break here. See you later, Cryptic. Hope you have a good night. Sorry, work got super busy, but I hope you have a good night. Alright, looks like the ad break is over. I wrote down some more. Let's go back up chat here. It was me, Revolutionary Girl. Utena is great anime, but the bad guy is so bad it's upsetting. That's kind of the way Kite was. The bad guys were like really, really bad. But it was like Kite wasn't terrible. It was just the bad scenes were really, really bad. Like there's rape in it, and she's like super young in the scenes, so it's like it's even worse, right? But yeah, it like fits the story, but it's really, really dark, and it's gory too. Like there's a lot of gore and just bad shit. Yes, finished. I don't know Kite. Yeah, no, Kite was, it was you know, it's hard to describe. It was an experience. Miss Koizumi loves ramen noodles too. I wrote that down. I'm not sure what it is. But and One Punch Man and Gintama. I need to finish Gintama. I think I heard you talk about those before. I'm surprised they didn't make it on my list, to be honest. But I put them on there now, so they're on there now. Let's see, and and it definitely was you that told me about Revolutionary Girl Utina. I don't know if I saw any of it or not, to be honest. And High School Score Girl, I love High School Score Girl. I can't say it for some reason, but I love it. Kixie was saying she didn't like the ending of it. I actually didn't mind the ending of it because I just wanted to stop crying at that point. I think I'd spent a lot of tears on that one, but like it's not even sad, but like something about it just hit me. Like there was like good tears and sad tears and then like nostalgic tears. It was just very emotional for me. So I was happy to see it end, I think, but I also really enjoyed it. It was a weird thing. I get that the ending was a little bit like weird. Yeah, High Score Girl, such a good anime, absolutely. Have a good day at work. My fault, I came in 2 hours late. No worries. And stay away from Berserk. Stay away from Berserk because it has gory rape scenes or what? Because yeah, I'll stay away from it if it has gory rape scenes. That's not really what I'm into. But yeah, episode 3 of High School Girl made me cry like a baby. I don't remember the episodes, but I remember crying a lot more than I was expecting to. I'm not like one to like not cry during films or something like that. I probably cry easier than most guys when it comes to film and anime and stuff like that, but there's just something about the nostalgia stuff that just like, you know, just hits me really hard. I didn't mind the ending, but I wish season 2 had more game focus too. I don't know, I still loved it so much. Berserk has it all. Didn't you really like Berserk though? Wasn't that something that you were like really into? Yes, I've read it all. Yes, that's how I know. Well, if you're telling me not to check it out, I probably won't. I still need to watch read the end of or read the was it chapter 7? Cannonball Run? I still need to read Cannonball Run. My relationship with that manga is complicated. That's kind of the way Kite felt. Like I wanted to like it, but like it got really like raw and like just wrong. I don't know. It was kind of like Natural Born Killers, whereas like it was a really good film, but like some of those scenes are just like really like, you know, not good, right? Like I mean, it was shot well and like directed well and performed well, but like just, I mean, I remember watching Natural Born Killers with a girl and she just burst into tears during the rape scene. And like, I just turned it off. I was like, well, I'm not gonna make you watch this, like, you know. Yeah, I was about to say, Steel Ball Run is very likely to get its own anime announced soon, so I read some of it in prep for the announcement. I'm really enjoying Dan 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 Dan. I've heard about Dan 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 Dan. Don 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 Don. But yeah, I haven't checked it out. I heard a lot about it, but I haven't checked it out. I'm so excited. Yeah, I'm excited for that too. Having caught up to that point, but I also feel like it's probably not going to happen for another year or two. But who knows? You guys probably know better than me. Steel Ball Run manga is so good though, so it's worth to read even if and the anime is coming. I'm excited for the guy she was interested in wasn't a guy at all. Anime happening. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't read a whole lot, so manga isn't really something that I'm really into, but it would be cool to start. I don't know. I have like mild dyslexia, so like reading is kind of a pain in the ass for me. I read a lot of audiobooks, and yes, I consider that reading. But you can't quite do that with manga. That's why I like anime so much. Still gonna read Steel Ball Run though, because it's good. I want to check that one out because Kixie's talked it up so much that I kind of have to check it out now. Oh. I focused a lot on music like old rock and grunge and alt bands. Yeah, I'm a big music person also. I used to be really into classic rock, but I kind of got bored with classic rock. But I'll never get bored of grunge. Alternative bands, you know, can be hit or miss sometimes, you know, depending on the year they came out. I really like the early 90s, even mid to late 90s. Honestly, as the later the 90s get, I really like electronica from the late 90s, like the Europop stuff, right? And just like some of the earlier rave music and stuff, or like acid house. Yeah, I like a lot of electronica. I didn't always like a lot of electronica. Around junior year in high school, I started enjoying electronica. I started reading Dan Dan Dan. I don't know how to pronounce it. Dan 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 and Dan 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 a while ago, but I didn't like the beginning chapters and dropped it. I've been getting way into manga reading as part of learning Japanese. Oh, that's really cool. You're learning Japanese. Just got some original language Yu-Gi-Oh volumes in the mail yesterday. Also have some original language Zakbel coming. That manga is so fucking good. I don't know Zakbel. I've never heard of that one. Also, I'm interested. Are you learning the like kanji script, or are you learning to speak Japanese, or both? It type. The manga guy she was interested in wasn't a guy at all, focuses on music. I got you. Oh, well, that's cool. I like music, so it's interesting to me to see anime that focuses on music. I really like how JoJo used music, not only like the actual music in the anime, but like the references, like Kixie was talking about weather forecast, and I was like, I have a weather forecast record. Yeah. Or weather report. I don't know what I'm thinking. Weather forecast. Weather report. I have a weather report record. It's shocking because I remember Zach Bell as being this Toonami show I wasn't interested in, and then I discovered the scanlations of the original manga, and I went, oh my god, this is this good? Why is this rivaling JoJo? Interesting. Zach Bell is an old show that I used to sort of like, but it never came on. I second Zach Bell is good. Alright. Is that so? That's an anime and a manga? I'll add it to the list. Oh wow, it's getting late. I'll also add the other one. What was it? The guy she was interested in wasn't a guy at all. I'm not sure if I'll get to all of these, but I'll get to some of them for sure. JoJo music references and their localizations crack me up. Yeah, me too, totally. Zach Bell is one of those shows like Yu-Gi-Oh and JoJo that you like as a kid, and then you discover the original manga and absolutely fall in love with it. I never got into Yu-Gi-Oh or Yu-Gi-Oh or however it's pronounced. Oh, I have a Discord if you guys want to join. We share art and music and whatever. Yep, it's a good time. Everyone should hang out in my Discord. Be happy to have you there. But yeah, we're going on 5 hours here. How's this art looking? I guess I should finish what I was doing. Yeah, I kind of want to finish this level. So I'm gonna do my best to do that. Let's just grab this and this and that. Marco Falgore's hey, let's dance all day from Zach Bell is everything. I don't know anything about that. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I wanted the opposite of that. No, is it this? I'm guessing on keyboard shortcuts here. There we go. Oh, that's still not enough. All right, let's just take this then. I appreciate all the recommendations, by the way. I'm always down to check out more stuff. Like I said, I might not catch all of it. I missed it, but like at 12:46, M Young said you could try drawing in the Discord. I think they were upset about my chatting, but sorry, I'm drawing now. More or less just copying and moving pixels around, but it's kind of what it takes. That looks a little weird, doesn't it? That looks better. Oh, I stole things that I didn't want to steal. It's so nice being able to make such variety by reusing tiles in different ways. Yeah, you kind of have to get creative with GB Studio, and like I'm reusing a lot of tiles because, like I said earlier, I want to be able to make adjustments later if I need to, and if I don't need to, that's great, but if I do, then I'll like have lots of room to add details. So like you know, if I get feedback from someone that says like this room's boring, you know, do something exciting, then like I could just like get rid of some of these tiles and do something a little bit more exciting. Not sure what, but like on this level I was thinking about doing like a waterfall or something like that in the background. This level doesn't really work as well, but I did make it more exciting by adding the flames in there because they'll be animated. But yeah, this level's almost done, I think. Yeah, sorry if I've gotten a little quiet here. At this point, I'm just trying to finish this up. I didn't think I'd be streaming this late, to be honest. I tend to get like a second wind. Like, it happens a lot where all of a sudden I'm just like not tired anymore, even though I was tired at like 4. It's chill. Right, it's good to be able to pivot and be versatile like that. Yeah, and if you like run out of tiles, then like there's no room for that for sure. And you'll be like struggling to fit details in. 4 p.m. Yeah, I woke up at like 10, but I only had like 6 hours of sleep. I went to bed at like 4 a.m. last night, I want to say 4 or 5 a.m. and woke up at like 10, so I only had like 6 or so hours of sleep. And I also only had like 6 or so, or I think I only had like 4 or 5 hours of sleep the day before. So yeah, I was tired at 4, but I was like, you know what? Instead of going to bed, I'm gonna make a pizza. And then I played some melodica for like however long it took to cook the pizza. And then I was like, I want to get some streaming in. Running on Steam and pizza, there you go. Yeah. No, I really like the melodica. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but it's like a harmonica, but with a keyboard on it. It's the best way I could describe it. It's like a tined instrument. No idea. Well, let's learn something real quick here. So these are melodicas. I have this one. This is the one that I own. Although I have a big long tube on mine like that. I have a mouthpiece too, I think, somewhere. I might have lost the mouthpiece. But yeah, they make all types of ones. These vintage ones are really cool. I almost bought a vintage one, but I was like, you know what? Probably needs to be cleaned, and then like, I don't know if all the tines work, because it's like a tine-based woodwind kind of thing. So yeah, you blow into it. There's a handle on the back. I don't know why he's holding it like that. You blow into it, and then you play it like a keyboard. But it's a fun instrument. I really want one of these like vintage style ones. You hear it in like reggae music, but it also sounds like video game music a little bit. Oh, I think I know. A lot of 80s bands had those, yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I've had mine since about 2013, and I'm not terribly great at it or anything. I was never like classically trained on piano or keyboard or anything like that, but I've always kind of messed around with them. The first keyboard I had was like back in the 90s. Gonna shorten this guy up a bit here. And add this there, maybe. I kind of want to do something underneath this thing. Well, I think this is pretty good. I might go back and add some stuff. Yeah, this kind of looks like it needs some more density there. And like the floor, yeah, I should probably do some more. But yeah, I've been low-key practicing the melodica for a while now. I've played it live for a couple different bands. usually really simple stuff, but I'm low-key getting better. Same with the piano. Like, I mean, I don't actually have a piano, I just have a keyboard. I've been getting better at that over the years. I think these need to be changed. No, there's more tiles. Ah, here they are. I'm picking up guitar again soon. I used to play piano when I was younger. That's awesome. Yeah, I wish I would have played more piano when I was younger, but I didn't have the patience for lessons or anything like that, and like I just wasn't interested enough, I think was the nail in the coffin. But I played a lot of guitar growing up. Oh, we've got another ad break. We'll take a little break here. Alright, we're done with the ad break. Yeah, you said you're picking up the guitar again soon. That's really cool. I started playing guitar when I was about 13. I started playing bass when I was like 11 though. I still play bass a lot more than guitar. I like them both, but bass is just easier to pick up and groove to. I don't know. I have an acoustic, which is also pretty easy to pick up and groove to, but it's pretty old at this point. It's, oh my god, it's 20 years old. I can't believe that my fucking acoustic is 20 years old. But when I first got it, the action was so solid, and now like, cause it's an acoustic, it's starting to pull away, and the action, or for those who don't understand that, the action is the space between the string and the fretboard, and with acoustics especially, what happens is the tension from the strings actually kind of warp the neck a little bit, so that action actually increases, but you want it to be tight, but you don't want it to buzz against the frets, right? And with an electric, first of all, you get less warping, and second of all, you can adjust the bridge to compensate for that warping. With an acoustic, mine's got like a hand-carved bone bridge, so I mean, if I wanted to, I could like file it down or something like that, but I don't want to fuck with the intonation because it's a Martin and Company, so it's one of the things that you pay the big bucks for, is is that hand carved bone bridge and solid wood, really nice wood. Like the first time I looked at the back of my neck on my Martin, shit looked like a stained glass window. It's such a nice piece of wood. It's crazy. I have an electric, just a nice little Ibanez. Right on. Yeah, no, Ibanez are, you know, people like Ibanez. I've never actually played an Ibanez. I know they make really great basses, and their guitars are solid too. A lot of metal guitarists use the Ibanez. Never owned one. I have a Gibson SG for my electric. Hey, Infinite Metal with the raid. How you doing, Infinite? Welcome back in. I hope your stream was good. You're playing Saga Frontier Remastered. I was actually talking about Saga earlier, so that's super cool that you were playing it. I kind of wanted to raid you, but not if you're gonna just end, right? But I appreciate the raid so much. Welcome in, everyone. I'm Rick. I do game dev mostly. From time to time, I do play an indie game or two, or whatever is my fancy. Sorry, I'm already way over my time. Yeah, I'm streaming later than I thought I was going to, but I think I finished this level, so that's a plus. I don't know, it might go back and change some things. That's what I did to these levels today. I made some changes on these levels too, so. But yeah, I'm digging what I made. So I think this area still needs some, and maybe these two areas. So I'll probably continue on here, even though I'm sleepy. You know what? Let's grab taller ones. We got a big tall one here. Let's play with that one. But yeah, I appreciate everyone. Binary Man, how you doing? I've just been working on this pixel art for Pyrotoad, doing well. Glad to hear it. Infinite Mel says, needs some play testing. Absolutely. Very nice, yeah. I like those emotes with the records, those are dope. And the Mega Man. Getting some stuff in Breath of the Wild. Cool. Cool. Yeah, I never finished Breath of the Wild. It's not that I didn't enjoy it. But yeah, I think I got all of the Guardians. I just need to like go to Hyrule Castle. I haven't done that yet. Also, though, like parrying those laser beams really pissed me off. Pew pew. Yeah, you probably know what I'm talking about. Parrying those laser beams, just like I was not good at it. I couldn't figure it out. Like I tried and tried, and they just kept frying me every time. It's like you make a game, and then you tell me that I can do this thing that's like really hard to do, and like this game, like other people can play it. How come I can't play it? Like I got frustrated. It's probably young kids that can do this better than me. I thought, like, what am I even doing here? I'm just dying over and over again. And then that sound, I can't make it with my mouth, but the sound when you die, the game over screen, started to upset me. It's like, I don't want to play this anymore. The lasers switch up timing in Master. Oh god. You made those record emotes from pictures of records in your actual collection. Oh, that's so cool. I've got a record collection also. Do you know what records they are? MGM and OKA 78. Interesting. Breath of the Wild is great. They sold me a you can go straight to Ganon. I went straight to one of the Guardians and all of my weapons broke trying to kill him. And I couldn't do anything. Binary Man says, I can do it. I have cerebral palsy and I'm about 48 years old in 28 days. Well, happy birthday. Sorry about the cerebral palsy. That doesn't sound fun. That is pretty sweet. Yeah. The record emotes. Yeah, the record emotes are sweet. What kind of records do you collect, Binary Man? I tend to grab the weird stuff. Like, I have some really weird stuff. Like for instance, I'm not religious, but I have a Mormon record. I think it's Mormon. I have some religious record. It's interesting. It's like see-through red, and I think that's one of the reasons why I grabbed it. But also because, like, scratching some dude talk about religion sounds interesting to me. Maybe that's blasphemous to other people, but it's like right up my alley. I don't know. Yeah, I do. I name my emotes relative to what it is. Right on. My oldest record is from 1907. There's shellac. Wow, that's really cool. I don't know my oldest record. I have some old thick ones, but I don't think I have any shellac. That's really cool though. Was that like a bin find, or was that like an extra thing? Like you had to pay extra for it because it was super old. I tend to do like the 50-cent bins, or like the dollar bin. I'll find records that were labeled at $5 and buy them for 50 cents or whatever. Vinyl didn't come into being until 1940 something. That's interesting. My oldest one isn't nearly that old. I think it's just the Star Wars soundtrack I have. That's pretty cool. I have some old Star Wars children's books on record. And also like the Bionic Man, and like I have some really weird old records. Like a lot of like kids books on record kind of thing. Or like those sound effects records. I love those things. Some of them suck pretty bad. Or like I have this record that's like dating in the disco scene or something like that. And it's like interviewing people about dating in the disco era. Like it's just straight up hilarious to me. But yeah, I like the weird stuff. I love antiquing. Yeah, no, I love antiquing also. I don't tend to spend a lot of money, but I will buy some records. In fact, I need a new record player because mine broke during the move. And I got one for my mom, but it's like this plastic portable, and it sounds like everything's warped. Like it's better than nothing, I think, maybe. But I need a real record player. I do scratching. So I was actually looking at like a Pioneer, but it's like freaking $1,300 or something like that. But I don't know. If I get some more work, it'll be like my reward, I think. I'm a freelancer, so sometimes work comes and goes for me. That's my only job right now. I was actually thinking about maybe getting a part-time job just to like help, lubricate things. Like I'm not like hurting for cash, but I don't want to be hurting for cash either, and I want to be like putting money into my savings rather than taking it out of my savings and like worrying about future Rick, you know what I mean? I like having like a nest egg, and I want to invest a lot of that so it won't be liquid, because like right now it's all in my checking account, which isn't making me any money. but I think that's gonna change. I was thinking about getting some CDs. I don't know. My mom had this like financial advisor that she was always trying to get me to talk to, so I might talk to him. Wait, that's not right. What did I do wrong here? There we go. I'm missing a record from that OST for OG Star Wars, but I'm also a month and 3 days older than the OG Star Wars. Right? Nest eggs are nice. Trying to save for a house right now. Yeah, I just bought a house, so I'm very grateful that I was able to get a house, because I didn't think that I was ever going to be able to get one. So quite honestly, I thought that I was going to be stuck renting forever. But yeah, I'll be 40 in a few months here, so congrats. Thank you. I appreciate that. I guess you can say I'm freelancing, to be honest, but I'm a comp TIA A+ certified since 2003. No business would hire me to give me experience, so I couldn't get experience, and I became a catch-22 because of that. I felt the same way with game dev, to be honest. When I graduated college with a degree in 3D animation, I was applying for all these AAA studios, and they're like, you need to have shipped 2 AAA games before for the entry-level position. It's like, what? How does that work? How do I get the experience if no one will hire me? But I just ended up going to work for myself, just making the games from scratch. And now people hire me from time to time. It took long enough, but it happens. But yeah, I don't have any Star Wars soundtrack, but what I do have is the Star Wars Disco album. You guys know what I'm talking about? The Star Wars Disco album? It's actually really good. Like, I'm not saying this ironically. It's on YouTube. You could totally check it out. I have this vinyl, the Star Wars and Other Galactic Funk. Star Wars and Other Galactic Funk is a debut studio album of American musician Mecco that was released through Millennium Records in 1977. Mecco, who had a steady career in session musician and producer, was an avid science fiction fan. Upon watching Star Wars 1977, he conceived the idea of reworking its score. He later had a meeting with Neil Bogart of Casablanca Records, who approved the project. By June 1977, Mecco was working with Tony Bongiovi and Harold Wheeler, recording at MZH Studio, New York, for 3 weeks. Star Wars and Other Galactic Funk is a disco and jazz fusion album that consists of 2 melodies. Star Wars consists of 9 sections and recreates sounds from the movie, and Other Galactic Funk is made up of 3 sections. Anyways, it's good. I like it. And I unironically put it on from time to time. I'm not even a Star Wars fan. But I don't hate Star Wars, but I'm definitely not like a big Star Wars fan by any means. People say they want a computer built, and they say no when they find out what I think the hardware will cost. Yeah, I need to have a computer built, but probably gonna either do it myself or find someone else to do it for me. I don't know. In Phoenix, there was this place that, like, that's what they did. They like built computers for people. I imagine they charge you at least a few hundred to do the labor. But yeah, that'd be cool. Star Wars was released on May 25th, 1977. I was born on April 22nd. Oh, cool. I'll hate for you. Oh, I hate Star Wars big time. I'm definitely more of a Star Trek fan than a Star Wars fan. The episode 1 really ruined Star Wars for me. I was enjoying it up until that point. I was in like 8th grade, I think, when it came out. And I was like, what the hell is this? Slap in the face, it felt like. I don't know, I was recently talking to my brother, and he was like, there was parts of episode 1 that were actually pretty good if you give it a chance. I was like, dude, I just rewatched it. It's not that great. Like, I don't know. Like, the only cool part to me was like the battle, and it felt cut short, and it felt like it was like just like to close things off and to end it. It was just like it's just too quick, you know. The underwater part didn't need to be in there. Jar Jar Binks didn't need to be there. The pod racing stuff didn't need to be there. Like, it just felt like fluff. I don't know. I was joking. I like Star Wars, not all of it. It's just fun. I like the droids. The droids are cool. I like the droids. I like the sound effects the most. But it got worse as things progressed because they moved towards like less analog synths and more digital transformery sounds and stuff, you know. Oh no, I love the prequels. I strongly didn't like it after Disney got it. Yeah, Disney isn't my favorite. I really like some of the old Disney animations and a few of the newer stuff. Like, I really like Wreck-It Ralph. Strangely enough, I love the fucking arcade scene, and I think they did a good job of that. Like, I thought that was good. The second one wasn't as good, but it was okay. The old you like the old cartoons as well? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I liked a lot of them for sure. And then like the weird remakes, like Snow White Bombed in Theater. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Oh, you mean the new Snow White? Because there is a new Snow White that just came out. Like, I saw an ad for it when I was at my mom's. The live remake. Yeah, that looked terrible. It looked so bad. It's like, okay, so you have a live action person, but the scenery and the dwarves are CGI. Why don't you just make the whole thing a cartoon and make it better? Like Rapunzel. I didn't watch Rapunzel, but it looked appealing, right? Like the characters and like the faces and the expressions. It had that kind of like Pixar, if you will, quality to it. Or like DreamWorks had that kind of thing going for a while. I don't know if they still do that. But now they're into this like, oh, let's use real people and CGI. Like, that doesn't look good, you know? I didn't see any of them though, so I don't really know if they were good or not. I just assumed they were bad. I like the Clone Wars a lot too. So I'm always confused about the Clone Wars. Weren't the clones the Star Troopers? The Stormtroopers? Aren't Stormtroopers the clones? Maybe I'm wrong. I like the 3D Rapunzel movie. Tangled, is that what it was called? I don't remember. Like I said, I don't think I saw it. I just know the cartoon style. It was like Shrek, right? Maybe a little bit more advanced than the original Shrek, but like that whole like fantasy 3D animated cartoon vibe, it looks pleasing compared to live action Beauty and the Beast or like, again, I haven't seen the movie, so I can't really talk too much shit about it, or the Lion King. Yeah, the OG Lion King fucking brings a tear to my eye when, you know, his dad dies in the ravine. Spoiler alert. His dad dies in the ravine. Or some of them are like the new looking Stormtroopers. Oh, Stormtroopers are clones. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of lore that I don't fully understand with the Star Trek stuff. Why does Dad die? Because Scar freaking murdered him. You didn't see this movie? I'm ruining it for you. Oh, and Kixie said, I love Wreck-It Ralph. Yeah, no, Wreck-It Ralph was really good. The jokes in it were funny. The dialogue was funny. Just like the little things. Like, what does that woman say? Those cybugs will, like, tear that place apart faster than a rooster in a crippled chicken coop or something like that. Faster than a... Yeah, something about a crippled chicken coop. I was like, what is this woman saying? What, he dies? Have you not seen The Lion King? Have people not seen The Lion King? Is this a real thing? You're messing with me. I said spoiler alert. It should be fine. Isn't that how spoilers work? Why'd Scar kill him? Because he's a jerk. I don't know. He wanted to rule the Pride Land or whatever they called it. The scene where Timon and Pumbaa sing to distract the hyenas by singing a song about eating Puma. I forgot about that. To be king. They renovated it. That's funny. Oh, removed it. They removed it. Yeah. Well, how did they distract the hyenas in the remake? There's a Pokemon in chat if anyone wants to catch that. Scar had the best song. Yeah, Scar's song was good. Honestly, when I was a kid, I freaking loved that soundtrack. Everything except for "Can You Feel the Love Tonight?" But like, I would ironically sing it, so I still liked it to a degree. But like, the rest of it was so good. I mean, I like Elton John, so like that makes sense. Gaston has the best. Oh my god, I love Gaston's song, dude. Beauty and the Beast was so good. And I love to say, especially good at expectorating. That's like one of my favorite things to say. I don't think they did. I forget because I wasn't liking that they missed that. Yeah, I could see that. He's especially good at expectorating. Yeah. What the song, what is the song that Belle sings right before that? I like that one too. You know, I really liked The Little Mermaid also. The songs in The Little Mermaid were so good. Oh my god, I was dating this girl who was interested in having a steel pan drum. I almost said pawn. Steel pan drum, and I bought it. I bought her a diatonic scale like mini pan drum, and it wasn't super cheap or nothing, but it was super cool. And like, she was interested in it, but she like wanted to keep it at my place. And I got pretty good at playing The Little Mermaid. I was so happy that it fit in the diatonic scale, because like not all the notes were there, so like it had the notes that I needed. Ursula had a great song. I really liked Part of This World, but I think that whole album was really good. Even Kiss the Girl was really good. Like, all of them were good. I really like Zira's song in Lion King 2 as well. I don't remember Lion King 2. I know I saw it, but I don't remember it at all. Same with Beauty and the Beast 2. I know I saw it, but I don't remember it. I remember thinking it was weird that it's like, back in time, winter, we already know what's gonna happen in the future. Like, why is this winter important? It was just like a Christmas special, it felt like. This area here needs something. I'll just take this one. Maybe make it taller. Now that area needs one. I saw Lion King 2 on TV when I was a kid. Her song was My Lullaby. It was quite good. Don't know if that triggers any memory. Nah, it doesn't. I know I saw the film. Oh, we've got ad break. We'll take another ad break here. This might be the last ad break. Alright, we're back from the ad break. So the only memory that triggers was that I really liked the music in Aladdin 2. But I think I only remember the bird's song. I don't even remember the bird's name. It'll come to me. Not Zazu, because that's from Lion King. I don't remember the bird's name. Honestly, I don't even remember the song. I had it in my head. Oh, Just Forget About Love. I thought that was interesting when I was a kid. I think he had a few songs, right? Yeah, there was an Aladdin 2 and there was an Aladdin 3. And they were both good, in my opinion. Like, I haven't rewatched them since, like, 4th grade, so I could be wrong. But I watched them a lot in, like, 4th grade, so... The 4th one is The Return of Jafar. And I think that one made it to theaters, believe it or not. The third one did not make it to theaters, but it was good. It was Alibaba and the 40 Thieves, but there was also King Midas in there. Iago, that was the bird. Yeah, I don't know how to spell it either, but that's his name, Iago. I don't need nobody else. Do something something. Something. I can take care of myself. That's all I remember. I don't know the whole song. It's been a million years since I watched it. I think I'm vaguely recalling this now. Yeah, Return of Jafar wasn't bad. I don't remember much except that Iago becomes a good guy. And he's a good guy for the rest of he's a good guy in the third one, and he was a good guy in the animated series. There was an animated series of Aladdin too. Iago, yeah, maybe that's how you spell it. The parrot, yep, the parrot. I remember the tiger. Start with a R. I thought I had it on the tip of my tongue. I do not. And then, of course, the magic carpet was just carpet. Return of Jafar was only on VHS or any home media. Ah, okay. Never went to theaters, and it was the base for the TV series. Ah, okay. I thought it did go to theaters, but yeah, you're probably right. You're probably right that it didn't. But it was high quality. You have all three. The third one was like medium quality, but the second one I felt still had the same quality as the first one. Maybe the songs weren't as good, but I liked them as a kid. The third one was interesting because it had like Atlantis, it had King Midas, and I think there was some 40 Thieves going on. They just mixed it all together with Aladdin. Raja, there you go, nice. Did you have to look that up? I won't blame you if you did. It was okay. Robin Williams returned for the third one. Was he not in the second one? Oh, that's right, because he went on vacation. That's crazy. I didn't realize he wasn't in the second one when I was a kid. Or maybe I did. It just didn't stand out to me that he wasn't. Robin Williams, man, that is a freaking character. I always say what blew my mind about Robin Williams was his stand-up routine was so raunchy compared to what you were expecting. I mean, it wasn't like super raunchy, but it was like way more raunchy than what I was expecting. They had someone else do Genie in the second one. Wow, how did they even get away with that? How can someone else be Genie? He was probably asking for too much money. They're literally the only two I remember, and Jafar. The only two characters? Oh, you mostly remember Jasmine and Jafar. I got you. He wasn't as good. The new Genie wasn't as good. Yeah, I couldn't imagine he would be as good. I mean, Robin Williams, he was a national treasure. It's too bad. He was a big Nintendo fan too. I mean, he named his daughter Zelda, for crying out loud. But also, there's like a picture that's floating around the internet of him in his game room playing like Sega CD. I think that's, oh, maybe one right here. I was gonna say that's the last one, but I'm just gonna keep finding more spaces to put this stuff. Wait, no, not there, here. and then above it. Apu, the monkey. I don't remember the monkeys either. Yeah, I love looking things up besides just watching the movies or listening to music. I love history. Yeah, I'm the same way. I'm a big fan of Wikipedia. I know it's not always accurate, but it's like anytime that I find a band that I like either didn't like research before or just found out about, I'll like go to Wikipedia. I want to learn the backstory. I want to learn about where they grew up, how the band formed, all of the members, like about random bands. Yeah, one of my best friends is a history teacher. It's always interesting to have a conversation with him about random history stuff. Mostly wars, but that's most of history. Or I guess that sounds weird to put it that way. Most of written history is about wars, apparently. You know, the right side of history. I think that's what they say in Helldivers. Another victory for the right side of history. Wikipedia I use if there's no better source and if it's not political. Yeah, I don't really look up political stuff at all, to be honest. But Wikipedia I like for music facts. Music history is and game history. Music and game history are like my go-to, but there's not a lot of game history on Wikipedia. What there is a lot of is like, what games did this publisher make, kind of thing. What engine was used to make this game, or something like that. I used to love Last.fm for discovering bands, but they changed the site up so bad. I used to use Last.fm for a little bit. I didn't get really into it though. Wikipedia is okay for music and movie history. Yeah, I like it. I like it for that. I understand that it's not 100% accurate, but usually it's pretty decent. I'm going to bed. Thank you for the stream. I need to go to bed too, Kixie. Have a great night though. I appreciate you. I appreciate everyone hanging out. Thanks so much for hanging out. I do think we should raid out. I've finished this level for the most part, and it is well past my bedtime. I'm going to sleep for like freaking 12 hours or something. Probably not, but wait, I just checked and it actually looks pretty good again. More like it used to. Oh, like they changed the design, or was it like the features that changed? I used to like Pandora back in the day. Back before it was like a mobile app, it was like on computer only, and there was like this window where it was really good, but you had to like stay away from anything Foo Fighters, because they would just, if you liked one Foo Fighters song, even if it was from their first album, they would just like, here's a million Foo Fighters songs. And now every time you listen to Pandora, here's like 3 more Foo Fighters songs, just in case you haven't heard enough Foo Fighters a day. And like, I liked the first 2 albums, don't get me wrong. I thought the self-titled and The Color and the Shape were both great albums, but I'm not trying to listen to that much Foo Fighters. I'm sorry. I'll throw both of those albums on occasion, but I'm not gonna just like randomly, oh, another Foo Fighters song, all right. But Pandora is how I found out about Can. I didn't know about Can before Pandora. Somehow they were on Pink Floyd radio for me. It's like there was like this limited amount of music that was on Pandora, but like really good stuff got lumped in there too. Some really great electronica stuff that I listened to that I wish I would have wrote down, because I lost that shit. It's still in my head. I actually I had like a digital recorder, and I actually used to record like pirated Pandora songs. And I still have those recordings, but I don't know who they are. I could probably Shazam that shit now, or whatever. Use AI to help me. Oh, there's my Discord link again. If anyone wants to join my Discord, totally, you're absolutely 100% welcome. You can share music or media or artwork if you do artwork. If you make games, if you're a streamer, you can share your stream. Building a small community there. I have been for a long time now, actually. I've had that Discord for 5 years or so, 7 years. Yeah. So it's growing, but also kind of slow. The Foo Fighters horror movie, Studio 666, was terrible, though. I never heard that. I never heard about that. Let's see. I skipped some chat here. I found it pretty good because I know a lot about Hank Williams Sr., correct, Jimmy Rogers, as well as others. But it's back to normal now, apparently. I'm going to probably no life it soon now. Right on. I'm so much of a fan of Hank Williams that I read biographies. I have a lot of his records. Right on, right on. Yeah, I don't know much about Hank Williams, to be honest. I like old, like, quote, country western stuff, but I really can't stand the new stuff. Yeah, I'm in Oklahoma now, so I'm kind of surrounded by the new stuff. Yeah, I'm not a fan. I like bluegrass. I even like new bluegrass, but I don't like new country. I'll dig the old stuff, like even like Patsy Cline, Johnny Cash. You know, some of the older stuff. I can get down with that, but this new stuff, it's like I don't know about that. I like just about everything when it comes to music, but some of that new, I call it Nashville pop, not a fan. Spent money seeing that in the theater. Is interesting. I didn't even know it existed. You know what? I am interested to see the Flying Lotus movie. I don't know if you guys are familiar with Flying Lotus. He's a producer, DJ person. He actually got well known from doing the Adult Swim bumps, what they call the bumps in between commercials, where it would just be like a black screen and it would just say something funny and then it would say Adult Swim, but they'd have this really vibey music. That was 9 times out of 10 it was Flying Lotus, and if it wasn't Flying Lotus, it was someone that Flying Lotus was like, hey, we're gonna use this person's music instead of my music this time. And that's where Flying Lotus came from. But he recently just released a movie, I think it just came out this last week, called Ash. Yeah, I think it came out on Friday. Yeah, Flying Lotus. I would definitely check out this album called 1983 if you're interested into like experimental hip hop, I guess is the only way you could describe it. Flying Lotus, like as a artist, is mostly non-vocal, but he also has a vocal pseudonym called Captain Murphy, which is really tripped out and kind of raunchy, but also like good rap. Like, I'm not a huge rap fan. Like, I like some rap, but yeah. He passed away at age 29. Technically 1952. He was pronounced dead in 1953. Wow, so New Year's Eve then, huh? That's crazy. 29, that's really young. Yeah. I hate to hear about young people dying. Well, I lost my best friend when he was 26 years old. And anytime I hear about a young person dying, it hits me like, you know, you're so young at that point. Like, my grandmother from my father's side was born 12 days before Hank Williams was born. She was September 5th, 1923, and Hank was September 17th, 1923. Yeah. I don't know a lot of Hank Williams, but I bet that I would appreciate it because it's not Nashville pop. But, you know, I really enjoy the lap steel. And I know that's like a country instrument, but it doesn't have to be. I mean, there's a lap steel in was it Jesus Built My Hot Rod by Ministry, right? Or at least in the music video they used the lap steel. Maybe it was a sample or something. but Mr. Bungle uses a lap steel. Do you like Magnolia Electric Company Band? I like their one song. You should give this a listen sometime. I don't know it, but I will take a look and put it on a tab. I won't listen to it now because I don't want to get copyrighted, DMCA'd or whatever. But yeah, I will put that in a tab, or just open it up here and play an ad. He was where they say that Rebel Country is based on. Interesting. I don't really know the genre of Rebel Country, but I could imagine that would be interesting. I think Johnny Cash probably fits into that genre then, right? Because he was like the Man in Black and all of that. Oh, I have a podcast if anyone's interested. I mostly interview game devs. That's what that link is for. There's a Spotify link and a YouTube link. But yeah, we're at 2:30 in the morning here. I've been streaming for 6 hours, so I think we're gonna raid out. I really appreciate everyone hanging out. Like I said, if you want to join the Discord, definitely do that. If you want to check out more streams, feel free to shoot me a follow. I'm going to be streaming more this week and probably quite a bit in the future. Probably more game dev stuff. I might do some games. I might even work on my other projects a bit. I don't know. But I'm trying to come up with a schedule, but I don't ever end up doing it. So I just kind of hop on when I feel like it. But yeah, I really appreciate everyone hanging out. No one that I know like straight up. Oh wait, no. Cosmo the Shadowcat's streaming. Maybe we should drop in and see what he's doing. I'm gonna check and make sure that he's actually doing a stream and you know, not just like testing or something like that. Otherwise I would be rating a stranger, which is always fun, but you know. Good stream. Thanks, Jane the Silent. I really appreciate you dropping in. Yeah. Where did my thing go? Oh, there's that thing. Oh, here we go. Well, I'll give you guys a choice. Do you want to check out Cosmo the Shadowcat playing Osu, or do you want to go to Astaten Chan, who's doing assembly in the Game Boy, refactoring and adding something while the dungeon is loading? You guys want to do some ASM, or you want to do some rhythm games? Because I'm kind of leaning towards this ASM stuff, because we were chatting about ASM earlier. Jane the Silent, you were saying you were trying to learn that stuff. This streamer seems to be proficient at it. Might be a good friend to make. And I've rated Cosmo before. ASM, all right. We'll do ASM then. All right. Alright, so first I'm gonna make a raid message. And then I'll make the raid message here. Yeah, so the top one is for subs, and then the bottom one is for non-subs. So if you want to copy that, we'll paste it into the chat that we're going to. And then we can say hi and try to make some new friends. It looks like they've got a pretty big chat going, but they didn't not that long ago. I think they just got raided, so hopefully it'll let us raid. And yeah, so we'll do that. And thanks again, everyone. I really appreciate anyone who's you know, new to the chat, hanging out, all of that. But yeah, we're gonna raid, so thanks again, everyone, and I'll see you on the other side. Make sure you copy and paste that raid message. Alright, I'm gonna hit the button then. See you on the other side.